Yo yo. Lola. Hey Josie. Oh, come on. Yo yo. How you two been? Been vibing good? It's time to haunt me. Taking the new pics as we speak. Ooh, I see you. After 10 minutes I'll probably be here. Alright, Lynn. See you then. Take your time. Yeah. By the way, how's the audio? If am I soft, am I loud? How is it? So I feel like I should move my mic a bit closer. Not entirely sure. It's always hard to see how the audio is. I don't have like a way to monitor it properly. Very good right now. Alright. Then that should be good for the rest of the stream. I did move my mic a bit closer. Decent bit closer, like half the distance. Hopefully that should be good. Mm-hmm. Stream? Yeah, it's Friday. I stream on Friday. Hey, Squookuk. Welcome on in. It's taking a moment to get everything ready to go. With that, I mean mostly just getting my my sip of water. All right. Hello. Welcome, welcome. I should sip again, actually. Thank you, Josie. A sibby. Put my drink left of me. That will make it easier. Yeah, fucking New Year. New Year hours. And with New Year, we have closed this before. There you go. Actually, I should also turn off piano. I forgot to do. There we go. Now we're ready to go. Got a good old celery here. Oh, there it is. There's a celery. Got some celery to work on today. Thought we would start the year off comfy and easy. Nothing too stressful, just kind of hanging out and vibing and continuously chipping away at this mod. So hopefully can finish it at some point. A celery. Hi, Flagpole. Welcome on in. Vibing, comfying, if you will. Comfying indeed. I still need to, like, write the dialogue. I've never gotten around to doing that. But eventually. Eventually we'll do all of those things. I'll probably do that off stream, though. Doing writing on stream feels a bit weird. Like, writing story and such. I think this is where I left off. I don't think I had much planned here. Yeah, I think I need to fix the foreground tiles in this room, yeah. This is where we are at. So, how's everyone's new year going so far? Y'all have exciting new year things? Like family hours, or spend with friends, or have fun modding? Thank you, Simonius. Welcome on in. How does this room even go? A year sure is a year. Yeah, I can believe that. Okay, that one's over. I might need to redo this room slightly, actually. This is still a bit confusing. Mm-hmm. I didn't, I personally didn't really do anything fancy for New Year's. I just kind of had my day, comfy with friends. That's a room. Just kind of hung out for the most part. I think patterns like this is kind of pretty. Celebrating New Year's with family, nothing special either? Yeah, that's fair. Pretty comfy though, yeah, exactly. I think it's important to just be comfortable no matter what you do. Like, you can celebrate things in a big way, but just having a nice comfy time is most important, I feel. New Year sure was a day of all time, it did in fact happen. That is true. Eat pattern. Celebrate New Year's by getting ready to do some serious work on myself once again. Like New Year's resolution type deal. It's also very good. I also kind of started out like that. Like, at the end of last year, wasn't feeling too well, but then, New Year, and suddenly lots of motivation to do well. Lots of motivation to just kind of, you know, put more effort into things. Make more progress. The glow up grind, yeah. So hopefully we can keep that momentum going. Make sure we make a nice year out of it. So this actually sucks. Just turn the volume down on this a little bit. Somehow snuck through there. Yeah, I believe that's fine. Sound effects. I like using like the repeated patterns and the decoration, but making something bigger out of it's kind of difficult actually. Maybe if I do a symmetry with the pattern. Maybe that works. Actually, that does line up really nicely with this somehow. Guess we take those? So, I've been, like, during the New Year's times, I've been really putting a lot of effort into video editing. To try to really make some new progress in that way. Good job, thank you. I actually managed to get a lot of stuff edited. Like, I think before, like, the winter vacation, I think I'd, like, 3 minutes-ish edited, 3.5 minutes? And now I'm at, like, almost 5 minutes. Made a pretty good amount of progress there. Little guitar for whatever the start of the song just threw me off so hard. I apologize. It's the But you're playing music from old bad MMO? I mean, it's from Crosscode. It's technically like an MMO. It's supposed to kind of be MMO soundtrack, so... Oh, that's interesting. Kind of funny how that feels similar. Has exact same little start. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, sometimes sounds just kind of do that. Where the song will just feel super similar to something else. Or just a single sound makes you think of something else. Like, I had this song where it's one specific bit had like a sound which kind of sounded like my dad yelling my name. It didn't sound like that, but my mind thought that it did. And it terrified me every single time. So that song was sadly ruined for me. Yeah. I think it's funny how your brain just sometimes says like, oh, I know this one, but it doesn't in fact know that one actually. The combination of sound just kind of triggered a neuron in a funny way. One or two songs on my playlist that have good sound, it sounds like my name. Yeah. Sometimes it does the funny neuron trigger. Oh. Alright, I'm not sure what that bucketed, but let's just continue. Rectangle. Song I listened to a bunch lately has a little section sounds like our phone ringing. Yeah. There's a lot of those. Mm-hmm. Do I know any more? I think there was like a... I don't actually know any more songs that did that to me. But I do know that, like, it's not just exclusive to... it's not just exclusive to sound. It happens plenty in other media as well. Like, I still remember how... back in my old bedroom when I was a kid, every like door had like a tiny window above it, and through that window, the darkness in combination with like the shadows and what was out there, it looked like a scary face, and every single time I would think about it too hard, I would get too scared to fall asleep. Probably paper written on a phenomenon, but I'm not the one to find it. Ah, that's fair. You've never seen any of the Arbalians campaign gameplay? Sound that stupid train makes when it stops at your HQ for the longest time made me think my cat was outside my door yelling? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, with cats you always have to listen out for sounds like that. They might really be there, so best be prepared. Same kind of high-pitched noise. Yeah. Actually, I remember another one. In, was it Final Fantasy XIV? When you get to the, like, one of the Grand Company's headquarters, the song changes. And it changes to, like, a triumphant song. And the first note of that is like a high-pitched oboe note. And it sounds exactly like the same sound of like a truck reversing outside of my house, which there are plenty of, so like it's just mean. It just reminds me of the trucks every single time. Like, yeah, they're here to offload some goods. Oh, never mind, it's just a soundtrack. And it's scary every time. Game does a little trolling sometimes? Yeah. Man, I've been really motivated as of late. I just really want to do stuff. So once again, I kind of want to actually finish this mod. Go get that productivity. Yeah, exactly. Let's see, can you cheese this in any way? Not really, I don't think. Technically you can go up there, but then you're fucked. Just want to see how much I have to add. That doesn't quite work. Actually, I think if you go here, don't do that. Oh. Like that works, that gets you high enough, but then nothing else does. Yeah, I don't think this is like that easily cheesable, but just for clarification, I'll probably add like another spin or two. Something like that. And that one goes there. So we just add another one on top of here. There you go. Since we're kind of getting closer to the top, I want to start, like, reducing the amount of foreground tiles. I feel like making the design a bit lighter could really add some atmosphere, TM. Like, it feels like you're getting closer to the top. So there's less structures. I feel like that could be a good thing. Just gotta make sure I don't underdo it? Question mark? And then again, I do this section, which is completely filled up. Maybe I didn't think this through. Yeah. I guess I'll just continue as normal. It's a bit too late to be thinking strategy things like that if I'm already filling things up that far up. Plus, this is all pretty tight gameplay as well. Speaking of, I should playtest all of that as well. I threw this room together just sometime, and then I never actually really got playtesting for it. I don't think I've ever had anyone playtest this far. I'd still need to get that. It's at least a little bit ironic. I always tell people you should get playtesting as early as possible, so people know what your map is, so you know what they think about it. And meanwhile, I have a five chapter campaign, and I haven't actually had it get playtested really by anyone. y'all getting playtesting? Yeah, exactly. And that happens. I'm just kind of doing the thing. Without anyone looking over my shoulder. I'm streaming it, of course someone's looking over my shoulder. I feel like I need to return more to the shapes to start out with. But anyways, I did have good playtest over my collab maps because they were forced me to. You know what? If the Great Flagpole doesn't need to have playtesting, then I don't neither. Game's kind of above your shoulder in the stream layout, yes? Yeah. Y'all are looking directly over my shoulder, that's true. Honestly, I'll probably just not even try to get playtesting. Just not bother. I'll just playtest it myself a couple more times, roughing out some small bits, and then just release it. Oh, hi Viv. How you doing? Wait. Why is the pad also pink in the OBS? Huh? Is that a Twitch secret? Huh. Here until my meeting at 2, but you're great. Ah, I see you. I'm assuming 2 is like 3 minutes. But thank you and good luck with the meeting. Oh, was that accidentally breaking the layout? I don't actually know a whole lot about how all these OBS things work. So if something's broken, I will not be able to fix it. Go. I can't do another one. There we go. Additional spinner. Man, I always think it's a shame. Like, I want to use as few as possible spinners. But I kind of have to prevent people from getting the wrong idea. If you type /me action, you get to do the funny nuzzle necky wecky shit, but it makes the text italic and also apparently just breaks the visuals on the thingy. Also, it's an issue of every single renderer, so it's not a U-Pro, it's just funny Easter eggs. I see. Because it's now red. Ooh. I see. I didn't know, like, Twitch had, like, the /me action thing. Huh. Moina. Then again, I guess this is maybe, like, intended? Where, like... Intended question mark? It seems like it could be. The time before Twitch was popular. I see. Relics of an old age. Yeah, that kind of reminds me of, I used to play this game called Elite Dangerous, which is like a space sim. And it was pretty boring, I'm not gonna lie, it's a pretty boring game. But people took it way too seriously, so we actually had like IRC, I think it was, channels? Which would just be like a text-based thing, and it was crazy to see all the things that had. All the small little features. Also, you'll note there isn't a... Yeah, there isn't like a semicolon thing. I mean, the first semicolon is gone, but second one is there. I think it just omits the first one to make sure that you can, like, make a sentence with it. You must depart? Alright. Good luck, Viv. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Take care. Bye-bye. Hope the meeting goes well. And there we go, a final flawless execution of the me command. It was fun to see those little things. Like in the text thing I mentioned before with the Elite Dangerous game. They made a whole like emergency service thing where if your spaceship got stuck without fuel, you could call them using the IRC channels, and then it would like automatically like raise alarms and inform people, and you could like take an emergency case. It's really fun and interesting to see. I kind of wanted to do that sort of stuff, like be an emergency responder with that stuff, but it was too stressful to actually respond to cases, so I never ended up doing it. I always just kind of sat around at the channels watching emergencies fly by, which was, to be fair, very cool. There was just always someone else who was better prepared to pick up the case. Like, it was always based on stuff like distance, like how far away you were. And how prepared you were. And experience and stuff like that. So most of the people responding were people who had already responded to like hundreds of calls. And saved countless poor pilots out in the dark. I always really like it when people do that sort of community stuff, right? Where I can't generalize it to anything, but just cool community stuff where people come together and do things, not because like they get anything for it, but just because it's cool. Like, apparently also, doing things are cool and fun and good, yeah. But, like, specifically for the benefit of other players. Also, hi, Lynn. Welcome in. Welcome on in. I remember in Destiny 2, at some point there was, like, there was a glitch in the game where new players would instantly, forcibly get thrown into an encounter. Oh, hi, Lotad. Welcome on in. Is that Celeste? That is Celeste. Welcome. We're still working on the same mod. It's been years, but we're still here. Still slowly chipping away at it. How are you? How have you been? Yeah, new players would get thrown into an event they had, like, no hope of completing. So people would specifically queue in to carry the new players that would arrive. It's really sweet. I think go great, amazing to see this map again. Thank you. It's good to hear everything is going well. Anyone does celeste something? I don't speak French. It'd really be est. I think I understand that French joke. Is it est like to be in French? Question mark? Pretty sure. Yes, okay. Had to double check. Should probably keep this clear actually. Let me close off this gap. There you go. I should discourage things. Alright, this is sort of taking shape, I think. Something that pretends shape at the very least. And like, yeah, there's plenty of spots to cling to the wall, but they don't really give you anything, per se. There's no real benefit from going to these places, so I think it's fine. There we go. Fill that up. Although you could go down here. Spinner. Actually, small updates. I finally got the commission order for the end screen arts for this campaign. So that should now also slowly be on its way. So we should now, hopefully soon, I'm not sure when, but we'll get the paintings for the endings. I don't really know what they'll look like, because I did just tell the artist, like, hey, you can go nuts, you can make up whatever you want. You don't have to follow my references. I did like draw my own references actually before. I gotta remember. Killbox. Put one of those down. There you go. Fish just got another update on mine, but it's just the one before, but more? Oh, I see. That's cool. But hold on, I can show one of these like reference paintings that I did. Now wait for rendering. Rendering is always the exciting part. Things really start taking shape. Hold on. Yeah, look, I did these I did a little bit of drawing for reference. So Spoopy would know what to draw. Drawing, yeah. And like it's just kind of like a rough sketch of like the kind of scene that I expect. Including walking emoji with a sad Madeline pasted on top. And like I think there's even a nice kind of charm to it, right? Right? It's not that bad. It's not that bad. You can kind of tell what's going on here. Looks pretty alright. Pensiflin. Comfy yet? Yeah. I also did, here I got a little bit carried away. So I actually did like a full drawing in the style, and I think it actually turned out quite nice. But I still think it's probably better if, it's probably still better if Spoopy makes a version. So now if we, actually implemented this one in the game. Like if we go to the end screen. I implemented, even with the 3D effects. Which is pretty cool. You get parallax. So if everything's right, I might just be able to drop in the new files on top of the old ones and then not even have to update the other thing. Also, hi, Corker. Welcome on in. Good old Celeste time. Although there is like a Madeline and Badlin napping under the tree, specifically absent because I can't draw people. It's not happening. Ah, yeah, and I need to do icons as well. Icons. Chapter icons. I think at the start I went with this idea of like the gemstones and each one was a different color. And maybe I'll do that again, but like... Should I? I could also go for something new. But honestly, I don't know. The Inwards Chapter 5 mid never gets old for me. Back up we go. Hey, this looks like it sort of has shape. But the top probably needs a little bit more work. Pretty sure. Yeah, I hear there's like no spinners and everything. Still need to put those in. Oh, and also... Yeah, okay, now you die from that. Very good. No more... No more falling back and wondering where Badlin went. Alright. Got some spikes here too, why don't I? Let's see. This is basically just a pipe upwards. I don't need to worry about it too much. Probably good to get like a few these kind of patterns out. Yeah, something like that should be fine. Just something to support the base of all this. Of course, some vertical, like, seeds for new things up here. Gotta continue it somehow. Kind of reminds me of roots, like the pattern of roots on a tree. Just a nice little idea. Like a... I just think the shapes look nice, really. I really did choose to finish making this mod with a level where it's just patterns. All sorts of different patterns. How they change over time. Yeah, background tiles. Still need to do background tiles as well. Just wonder if something else happening today, but I forgot. Cafe? Isn't it Catfish Day? Cafe's closed until 20th. Ah, I see, I see. I mean, I haven't been to a cafe in a while, so I wouldn't know. for reference, this is about it's an RP cafe in Final Fantasy 14. Just a cozy little coffee place you can go. Just chat with people. It's quite nice, honestly. Just cozy. Hmm. I think I remember someone asked me to stop the sound earlier because it makes like a bubble noise every single time I hit Ctrl S. I think I'll mute that for now. At the art party yesterday, so I went socializing it. I see, I see. Yeah, I still feel like I need to do more socializing. You know, make some more friends. Especially on Twitch, I feel. Like, I don't actually know that many streamers. So, I feel like I need to do put a little bit of work in to get to know some people. Build like a little bit more of a connection. Also, the problem is that I don't usually watch streams, so I don't like naturally find people that I vibe with. So I don't vibe by definition. Yeah. I feel like that's my bad though. Kinda chose the wrong thing. Watch streamer to meet streamer, yeah, exactly. Read just a little bit. But I have been like trying to do better with that. You know, try to learn more about Twitch culture, what people do, usually. And I think I'm learning? Question mark. It's hard to tell sometimes. Do I have enough people to recommend you? But that's all I got. Yeah, like what I've so far done is I've done a bit of preparatory work where the guy who's making my VTuber model, Shu, I'm trying to like get to know him and like his kind of like circle of contacts. That feels appropriate, right? That feels like a logical thing to do. Yeah, acquire friends. Because like it kind of all started with Jay VTuber. Great fucking guy. He also streams on Fridays, but like he starts at midnight, which means that to be able to raid him, I have to stream for at least like 4.5 hours, which is really long for me. Yeah, you did raid Mr. Benoit during the Melon stream. Yeah, so Bad Bunny is his name. He's, I think, a good friend of Shu's. Yeah. So I also get in contact with him a little bit. Even though his vibe is very much different from mine. Well, I have a pretty calm stream, pretty calming atmosphere usually. I try to keep things safe for work usually, you know, keep things a bit friendly and cozy. First time I raided Bad Bunny, he did his watermelon crush with thighs stream, which can't deny, it was pretty entertaining. But it's definitely a different vibe for sure. Something else. Outside of my usual box of activities. I don't, I can't say I usually think about crushing watermelons with thighs. I don't usually do that. But he does. Can't believe a human can lose to a watermelon in a fight. Well, he did that. Are you winning? I'm winning, Sethmane. Hello, welcome on in. Welcome on in. We're doing a little bit of Celestin. Yeah, also, hi, Taito. Are you, It's gonna be embarrassing if I remembered wrong, but I think... Weren't you, like, a person who came in, like, last second in one of my last streams? And then, like, right when I was leaving? Was that you? Yeah, okay, I remember correctly. Okay. Hi. How you doing? Nice to see you here. We're currently, working on our Celeste map. Thought you a while ago was not able to make streams before moving. Yeah. I've also just been, like, inactive for a little bit, because, well, New Year's and Christmas and all that. So I've been taking it, like, real easy with streams for a couple of weeks, but now the festivities are over, we're good to go. We're ready to, start gaming. Actually, speaking of gaming, time to get on a grind. Speaking of being on that grind, I've been told that I need to shill more. So I'm gonna shill right this instant. Bam! Does this work? It does. There you go. There, I did it. I'm strong. I can do it. I can shill my Discord server for if you want pings for when I go live and announcements and such. I can do that. This is my stream. I can shill myself if I want to. And while I don't like shilling myself, I need to do it to be strong and promote myself and do what's right. You know? I always just feel weird doing stuff like that. Like, I always kind of feel like I make a little thing. I make a little content. I craft and tinker away at my workbench, and then I carefully and with shaking hands hand it over to you, and you can accept it if you want. But more than likely, people will have better things to do. So I kind of assume people don't want me to chill, and so I don't, but that's not a great mentality. I should at least, like, try to promote things I'm doing, right? At least try. Yeah, like, Josie out there being supportive and such. Yeah, like, it's just, it's good to do. I just never do it. This feels weird. But with time, I'll get more used to it. This spot still feels empty. So also, like, I know that there's, like, a lot of servers have, like, a promote yourself section where you can, like, promote your streams. You can, like, tell people that you're going live. I never do that. I never make use of those. I always feel too, like, self-conscious about it. Feels weird. I don't like it. Like, who am I to promote my stream in someone else's home? Yes, they specifically made that Discord channel for that, but still. Surely. I pretty much always try to shoehorn my stuff into conversations. Probably do too much. Yeah. I mean, it's always tempting to do so, but I try to hold it in as much as I can. Need to go in there like, hey, I'm Holly, I'm very cool and awesome. No. I would never do that. Also, that's rude. Like, you can't just make everything about yourself. No one likes that. People don't really appreciate that. I remember an idea I had, and it's like way too late for that now. I should probably also add the little chunks of where is it? There it is. little chunks of the maps that these like these rooms are based on. Like I should add those in for like little hints, little gemstones hidden around. Consider that you should make things about yourself in the first place. Wait. Consider that you should make things about yourself in the place dedicated to people making things about themselves, though? Yeah, but it feels weird. Then again... Like, I would say, yeah, but that makes it seem like I'm shilling. That would make it seem like I'm advertising. Why, yes, that's exactly what I'm doing, and that's exactly what the point is of it. That's the plan, yes. That is what it's all about, that's correct. Yeah. 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 I still don't have to like it, though. Shitting, in my humble opinion, is advertising something that's not you purely for money and not because you actually like it? Yeah, but like... You could argue that it's for my own personal gain because, well... It's advertising so people come watch my stream so that my viewer count goes up. Which is a personal gain thing. Ooh. Nothing wrong with doing things for your own personal gain? Twitch smiley face? Okay. But consider the fact that I am, Consider the fact that I am uncomfortable. I should have to stop eating food because that's also purely for your own personal gain, staying alive. Okay. You have a point, I just don't like it. Okay, get out of here. Stop rat scheming at me. Actually, I should probably do, no, that still doesn't work. That's like, the text is so small. I'll keep it like this. I feel like that's more cozy for this. There we go. Love rat scheming? Okay, then you can continue to rat scheme at your leisure. But you know what? You know, I might do a little bit of, how you call it, personal growth. This is the Hanli growth arc. I will advertise the stream in Jay's Discord. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna grow. I'm gonna overcome my fears of shilling. I'm gonna shill myself. 2023, the year of personal growth. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Self-promo? Bam, posted in there. There we go, I did it. It has been done. Water the Hanli so she can grow big and strong? Okay. I will do it specifically for you, Josie. Ah, good sip. I need to stop putting my water away in the least convenient place for me. Good job, thank you. Sometimes I too am capable of drinking water. Capable of basic sustenance. Can't do stuff here with that. Get like a spike here. Cool. Yeah, alright. Actually, before I, this is Hollow Knight music? Oh, it sure is. You are absolutely correct. You correctly identified the music of the night that is hollow. Yeah, that's how it works. Queen's Gardens, maybe. It sure is. That's the Queen's Gardens. So good. Some soundtracks you just learn. Okay, but like, the thing here is, I was going to say like, yeah, there's nothing special about guessing Queen's Garden, like, listen, everybody knows the soundtrack, right? Like, everybody knows like all the names, right? Everybody knows all those names, but I can't say that because Josie got it wrong. So I would be dissing Josie if I said that. So I'm forced to compliment Simonius. You did well, Simonius. Well done. Yeah, the funny route no longer works, but actually you're right. I'm gonna repair the funny route. There you go. Funny route is now alive. Been too long since I ever played? Yeah, that's fair. Oh yeah, shoutouts to this song. This is a Gulp Swamp, I think? Gulp Swamp. What a fucking swamp that is. I messed it up. So there is the funny strat here, which used to be a strawberry. Doesn't even work, damn. Like that. You just go really, really fast. For, like, no reason. Yeah, it's so fast. It's so fast. So, the reason is that, okay, it doesn't quite work. I need to, there you go. Taking a big gulp of yummy swamp water, I will die of several diseases. I do enjoy double block boosts. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure like what goes on there, but it's jank and it does work. Sure does go fast. I like having that tree structure that I kind of used a lot in chapter 4 here. Like that would kind of be banging. Nothing to add to Celeste talks I have to make up for but being semi-funny. I mean, to be fair, this is just like a just chatting stream in disguise, really. Like the only real thing is that like I'm not clever enough to do a just chatting stream on my own yet still. I kind of have to have like people to bounce ideas off of, right? I can't like fill empty air still. So that's why I do Celeste. So like if there's nobody to bounce anything off of, at least I have Celeste still. So you know, it helps. Helps with the start of it. I think it has to do with jumping off and dashing while you still have the lift boost from the Kevin. It just stacks it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. And yeah, so Josie. This thing right here, this is called Kevin. Because, let me show you a secret. If you turn the sound up, and then listen to the sound this little guy makes. That's what he says. He makes that grumbling noise, which is, famously recorded by this guy called Kevin, who was the audio engineer for Celeste. I put him underwater? I can't easily put him underwater. I'm sorry. But whenever he's underwater, he makes the blub blub noises. Because Kevin just kind of recorded the sound like himself. He just kind of did like that. That's what he did. That's why it's called Kevin. That's just the sound that Kevin makes. Actually, hold up. What I can do? Wait, is this the clip? Is this the clip? We gotta watch this clip. This is Hold up. I'm pulling this up on the big screen. This is a good clip. If this is the clip, yeah. Like I thought about this clip, but I could not like find where this clip was from. Like I couldn't re-find it, right? Hold on, let me pull it up on the big screen. I gotta turn this on. There we go. So turn audio here on. So this is Kevin talking about the audio.
Okay, take.
This is my job.
This is when he apparently recorded the Kevin. So yeah, he just stuck his head underwater and did blub 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 for the underwater Kevin noise, which is very funny. Kevin is a champion. That's audio design at its peak. Love this guy. Love this man. I'll say hi. Welcome back, Fleckbull. Mute that. There you go. So that's the story behind Kevin. What a champ! What a champ that guy is. Absolute legend of audio design. But also, to be fair, the audio in this game is, like, in general, just really good. One of the few dev-adjacent people I know who actually interacts and loves the community to become a part of. Ah, I see. Actually a cool guy. Let's go. I'll see him running around on Toon Extremes. Ooh, that's pretty cool. We love Kevin. We do. We really do love Kevin. Get that branching action going here. I know you probably won't ever like see it in map itself, but I like doing branches. Branches are needs. Something like that. Who? Hi, Light Margin. Welcome for the follow. Ah, my brain is scrambled. Thank you for the follow, Light Margin. I tried saying two things at the same time. Kind of prone to doing that. Shoutouts to Kevin and John and Lily and Melvin and any other modded Kevin entities. Can't remember names. Sokoban was named John by Fish Tank in the olden days. Oh, I didn't actually know like different modded Kevins had different names. I didn't know that. Huh. Or you know, I guess. Wait, if it... This kind of looks like a scuffed OK hand. Shoutouts to Panthony? For real, for real. Yeah, for real, for real. Shout out to that guy. I don't know who that is. When are we getting a George map? Nobody will get this reference. It's true. I did not get the reference. That is, you are correct. Oh, well done. Is this any good at all? Something like that. Shave a little bit off there. Hi, Heinz, fine. I'm new Celeste fan, still learning English. I struggle with words even more. Ah, I see. Oh, well, come on in. This, we're making like a custom map right now. And we're pretty far in development. It's almost done. So close. Very close to being done. You speak Dutch? Mention it? I can speak Dutch, but my Dutch is... I prefer not to. I don't really like Dutch. I prefer English by far. Get the spinners going. I also just think it's fun to, like, be so deep into a game. Someone who learned enough Dutch to speak in Amsterdam for a trip. Dutch is just German but spicy. I would argue that is German but watered down. Like, Dutch is kind of like German, except a bunch of farmers were talking it. A bunch of farmers who lived in the swamp. Very good, Josie. I'm not reading that, but very good. Discount German, yeah. And then, believe it or not, there's another discount version of that. Because, you got this language called Afrikaans, which is, the language they speak in South Africa. Well, one of the languages. They speak a lot of language down there. Which is just like Dutch, but simplified a lot. And mixed a bit with English and some other languages as well, like French. And it's so scuffed. Ah, you're Vietnamese, I see. All Western languages are spicy to me. Yeah, I can imagine. If you're not used to the flow of it all, it's very hard to learn. Yeah, like how German just has like a dozen discount versions and then a superior version. My region, Lyle. Afrikaans is Dutch plus baby mud plus random languages sprinkled in? That is correct. That is objectively correct. I think it was like, it kind of grew at like an easy way to, because like Dutch is hard to learn, so I think it was legitimately just like the locals kind of like quickly learning Dutch. Just skipping all the hard stuff. Shoutouts to... Wait. I think I know how to pronounce that, but I physically cannot do it. Isn't it? Because my mom can do it, but I can't. Rosa. Something like that. But I can't like do it properly. I can't do the click sound properly. Rosa. It was something like that. I probably peaked the mic really bad. I'm sorry. There's like tongue click stuff and all everything, but not in Afrikaans. Afrikaans is very, very baby mode. So for reference, it's a little Dutch lesson. A little tiny Dutch lesson. If you have a verb, I think that's the correct term for it. Like a word that describes an action that you do. So let's take like walking. Where in Dutch you say like ik loop as I walk, but then you walk is jij loopt with a T at the end. And we walk is wij lopen, which is a different version of it. Like it has different different ways to resolve it depending on who does it. In South Africa, no, you don't have that anymore. Ek loop, jij loop, ons loop, ons het geloop. It's all the same. Makes it really easy to learn. Which is pretty convenient. Can't remember where I see, but I remember an African name spelled with exclamation mark at the beginning. Huh. Interesting. Make a NG sound, but then pull the tip of your tongue up, push down onto your soft palate, and then click. Okay, I mean, I can click, but I can't like talk at the same time. Also, maybe, I don't know. Like the clicking I can do pretty easy. I should stop clicking. It probably peaks the mic. I need to be stopped. Learning new languages is hard. All you remember from Spanish is el zumo de naranja, which is orange juice. So if I ever need some juice in Spain, I'm good. Yeah. I think my French pronunciation was pretty good. I just didn't remember anything to pronounce in the first place. It's like, if I had words in front of me, I could pronounce them pretty okay, but just never had anything to pronounce in the first place. Wow, what a room. Looks pretty alright. Putting on a fake accent works 90% of the time. Yeah. They explicitly use exclamation mark in Zulu, Xhosa, and Ndebele? Or at least those are languages of clicks I've studied enough to speak on them. I see. The fact that you studied them is already pretty cool, though. Like, I assume most people just not study those languages. Shoutouts to Shona, which has whistling as consonants. That's pretty cool. Taking it to just adding more stuff. I always think it's interesting to see how like these things develop, right? Yeah, the exclamation mark. It's like a sound. I think according to Viv, right? Other notable thing about Shona, you know, does Bruno Mars is gay? That was translated from Shona, actually. Oh, I see. That's interesting. That's pretty cool. Add a little layer of juice everywhere. Yeah, I remember that bit. It was a pretty funny bit. Thus, Bruno Mars is gay is the most talked about in the media in the few years ago. Sure is, buddy. Add a little bit of accents. Here, there's basically nothing here, but I can... A little bit of stuff. Stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think this room was decorated very much. I can add a little bit extra. Tired setting in? Already? It's like 9 p.m. Josie. Josie, stay up. Gotta stay up late, Josie. Wait, I can't, stuff there. What is map that you're making right now? Oh, yeah. So, I've been working on a custom map for a pretty long time. It's like more than 3 years now. So I have, let's go back real quick. I have a 5-chapter campaign with 5 levels. So these are the 5, and also my my test map. And it's about the Madeline. So it starts off over here. This was the first map that I started really making, the first big map, and I kind of continued it for a long time. So it's a pretty long map. There's 5 whole chapters, and it's called Inwards. I got this snazzy title screen. Wow, look at that. Still proud of that. So there's 6 chapters, 5 chapters that I've made so far, and I'm working on finishing the last one. When that is done, we release it. We're finally done. Your day just started over here. I'm going to buy some ingredients and bake cinnamon snickerdoodle. Yo, it sounds delicious. I want some too. It's been so long since I've had like a freshly baked treat like that. Level 2 looks something like this. A bit more of a red atmosphere. Level 3 is sad and blue. Level 4 is very angry. And almost cool. Wow, that was almost cool. And then level 5 is very weird. And bouncy. You get the bouncy spikes. Look at them go. So we get lots of, You just exploded? Oh yeah! One of the mods that I made was Madeline spins uncontrollably and explodes. Where if you die, instead of the normal death animation, you explode. I think it's pretty funny. So I have that turned on. I think it's a fun mod. People always ask about that. I'm always happy to answer. The click sounds. Oh, they have many clicks. There's different clicks? Okay. I can't tell the clicks apart. I'm not actually click expert, you see. And this chapter is by far the largest chapter yet. It has a lot of rooms. Hold on, let me... Layout is very large. Like, well, let me count real quick. I'm too lazy to count, but there's a lot of them. And some of the rooms look really cool in the debug map, like this. I think this looks cool. I think this looks neat. Wow, look at it go. So yeah, we're currently working on finishing up on this, making it all look good. Gonna get like claw shapes. Something like that. Looks pretty alright. We can add a few more like shapes like here. Pretty haphazardly. I'm trying to do it a little bit fast. Oh, but then I also need to spinner this up. Make sure you can't just like go past it. Yeah. Oh yeah, Light Margin. Have you beaten Celeste yet? Have you finished the game? It's always hard to tell with people. Because people can say that they're like new to the game, but sometimes they mean like, oh, I'm new to modding, or sometimes it's like, oh, I'm actually new to the game, or sometimes it's, I'm doing speedrunning competitively, but I'm not that good yet, so it's always a bit difficult to understand what people mean. I'm new to the game, 4,000 hours. Honestly, no, I actually watch someone else play. Not that great at game at all, but I love watching people play. Oh, I see. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, the game is pretty hard. But with enough perseverance, you can make it. You can climb up to that top. But I think it's a beautiful game. I think there's a lot of charm and beauty in the story they tell. I think this works. Yeah, this looks fine. Do have Celeste now though? I have to play first level, but I'm so bad. Oh, I'm sorry. If you need it, there are assist options that you can use to make things a lot easier. We need more easy mods? Yeah, we do. But I think I remember, like, if you like, played the game. Oops, no, that's debug. There's assist mode. So you can use that to make the game a bit easier if you need it. You can do stuff like slow down the game a little bit. Or make it so that you have more time to do things, or that you have more stamina. That sort of stuff. It's all pretty fun stuff. Helps a lot with beating the game. But only if you need it, of course. Like, you don't have to. I'm not going to I'm not going to threaten you and tell you to put on assist mode. No such thing. Work on a mod that makes 60 FPS consistent slowdowns? Huh. Right now, slowdown changes physics a bit. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, like this mod is definitely a bit more difficult than the base game of Celeste. Like this is supposed to be really tricky stuff. Hold up. Can you cheese this section? Oh, you can. No, you can cheese it. No. I have to go back and fix it. So we need to prevent a dash like that. There we go. Fixed. Are the purple boxes bouncy? So these ones, a little funny bit about this. These ones are the same as the black ones, except you go backwards. So you basically instantly go back out, which means that, yeah, they are in effect bouncy. You dash into them and then you bounce right back out. Old Side, that's the second chapter. Old Side is the second level. It's a modded item. It's not in the actual game. Like that. Oh. You can make pretty cool levels with them. Like that. Which I think is cool. Or stuff like this, where you go around the edge of it. You can still cheese, yeah, but like, now it's significantly harder. Now doing the actual route is easier than cheesing it, which is what I'm aiming for. Darn. Haven't yet found the time because of uni. I've seen the space block level though, yeah. Actually getting the time to sit down and play Celeste is often pretty hard though. Hold up, what is... I remember this level being... this room being jank. Hold up. Okay, it's not that bad. You just gotta jump immediately. Oh no. Time to inhale chips. Let's go. Let's go, chip. No. Also sip. Yeah, I should sip. Thank you, Josie. This scares my fingers. I'm so sorry. I make pretty difficult custom mods. So, like, the final section, I haven't decorated it yet. But there's some pretty rough stuff in here. Like, this particular jump is pretty rough. You get, like, precision feather bits. Time to lurk for a while, don't want to type keyboard with Chip's finger. That's fair, Josie. Snack well, though. I should get like a lurk command. Yeah. Lurk command is good to have. I should make one. In all honesty, I just need to like get my like Twitch command set up right anyway. Or stuff like anyone being able to shout out, so I can ask people to shout out and I don't have to type it in myself. Whoa. Yeah. I don't need to playtest this right now. I should probably also take give this level a try or two. Because this stage, I still need to practice this and see. It's okay. No, it's bad. I messed it all up. So this is why we playtest, because the level is broken. This decoration blocks the Kevin. Never realized how dark it gets here? That looks really pretty. Yeah, so fun fact. Down here, there's clouds. You go up a bit, and it tells you that you're mid. But if you go up a bit more, you start noticing it gets a little bit darker. And it gets a bit darker. Oh, you have to head out to lunch and get to work. Thank you for comfy vibes. Ah, you're welcome. Thank you so much for stopping by, Light Margin. Really appreciate it. Hope you had a good time. So go get that lunch, eat well, and good luck with work. Bye-bye. Bye. Yeah. So yeah, I made it so that it progressively gets darker as you go higher. Until eventually you reach the top. And it is dark. And I thought that was nice. I thought that was neat. There's something nice, you know? And I think there's like as you do this room, it like gets even darker, I think. Or maybe I just like made that up. Who knows really? I don't fully remember yet. So you get to the top and it's pretty darn dark. I think it might get darker. I'm not entirely sure. And there's the top. And it is very, very dark. And it's nighttime. And I thought that was a cute ending. Making it back out. And just kind of waddle. But we're not here to look at the cute ending. We need this room. There we go. Where were we? I think we were over here. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, so I have to deco this room next. Yes, this is the next room. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was gonna do that at some point too. But right now I'm kind of in a decoration mood, so I'm gonna continue with that. Oh man, this level was jank. I think what I can do is I can scoot this in a little bit closer. So it's just easier to grab onto it. Then we just need to add some tactical spinners in the right places. Then again, wait a second. Now that I'm thinking about it, this is probably really confusing for people probably just gonna do that. Yeah. Like, I don't think I can force people to go the high routes. Unless I do something like that. Because that forces that diagonal dash. But also, people can just do that. Is there any way to stop that, you think? There might not be anything to do there. Like, you can just kind of go backwards that routes. Unless I get a sideways jump through. One of those. And then we put spikes on it. Something like that should work, right? Too much sauce. This room is pretty awkward though. And also those, like, kind of stop you from dashing down. Kind of discourage you from doing the diagonal dash. You try to fix that. Yeah, like that. That works. Might still tinker with it a little bit more later though. I wonder how long my voice can survive today. Kinda hoping I can stream long enough to say hi to Jay. I always enjoy saying hi to Jay. Actually, I'm just gonna try this right now, see if I still remember how to do it. Does this work? Yeah, it does. That's the guy. This guy's cool. He also plays Celeste, but I think he's currently not playing Celeste. He's currently on a crosscode break. But he played a lot of Celeste. He's a very cool guy. He was the guy who motivated me to get back into streaming. And through him, I found the guy who's currently working on my VTuber avatar. So I'm very happy to have met him. Very, very cool guy. Currently sleeping. But very cool regardless. In a few hours from now, he'll go live. Mm-hmm. Man, there's a lot of empty space here that I kind of need to fill. Yeah. If I remember correctly, I think I encoded some information in here. I forgot how it was, but I think it was like a binary thing. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not entirely sure. Could also be that's like different bits, but I'm pretty sure there was a message in here somewhere. Can't for the life of me figure it out though. So long ago. There are still other like secrets hidden around that I do understand because they're not very difficult to find out. Honestly, I'm wondering like if people are even gonna find like these little things I hid. And if that's gonna be like mentioned to me ever. And like part of me wants to like tell every single person about it, but also part of me kind of wants to keep it secret, so then I will find out if people found it naturally, right? Because people will only know about it if I like people will know about it if I tell them, but if I don't tell them, then I must have found it for them to figure it out. Which would be cool. I would think that's pretty cool. But I'm not really keeping my hopes up too much. Then again, like debug, people are gonna find stuff anyway. Mm-hmm. I think I hit something in chapter 4. Pretty sure. I'll probably write a little bit more for it. Stuff like thoughts and other things. Oh yeah, wait, I also think I think I remember I was going to add some of my friends in as like tiny little sprites. But I don't think we ever got around to drawing those sprites. So I don't think we have anything for that. Hold on, let me do a quick, cheeky little check. Uh-oh. Don't mind me. Yeah, there's nothing here right now. Nothing actually here. So far, it's just a nice view. But perhaps I will add in some more Easter eggs there. Press B to talk to Badeline. I still think that's such a funny mod. My good friend Mint suggested to me a mod where you just talk to Badeline. You just talk to Badeline, that's the mod, and then I made it, and it's funny. And what button do you press? Well, B, of course. What other button? B for Badeline. I think it works on controller as well. But I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, controller config. Oh, it's currently mapped to Y, I think. But you can technically wire a button to talk to Madeline. With Badeline, I mean. Very exciting stuff. You gonna talk to Badeline? Here you go. Got her on the phone right now. The balance is high. And then I can like add a little bit of edge to these bits. Little rocks and such. Adding a few hints of what chapter this is referencing to. I think that's nice. Something like that. Yeah, it kind of fits the vibe of Chapter 2. Chapter 2 kind of had decoration like this. Not necessarily very good, but it was what I had at the time. And I'm not going back to fix it. A little bit more. A few more of those rocks. Just like that. Yeah, there we go. I feel like we still need a little bit more of the rocks down here. Yeah, something like that. I like it when you take like a regular shape and then kind of add that like corrupting element in there. I feel like that's neat. Makes it feel more like an element forcefully inserted into a different element instead of them just being two things in the same place. I think that's nice. Like that. Okay, that should do the deco for that room. Although I still need the spinners. Can't forget the spinners. Can't forget the spinners. Can't get too close to that, huh? There we go. Gotta fill up all those nooks and crannies, or I know someone's gonna think that there's a secret there. There won't be a secret there, but they'll think it anyway. Celeste players can be absolutely relentless with looking for secrets. It's still one of my worst enemies. Because I like making really like scrunkly tiles and not covering everything with spikes because I think it looks better. It feels more natural. Feels less level design and feels more like space design. But then because of that, people are going to think, oh wait, there's no spikes there. It must be a secret. And then they're going to go in there. And if it's a really hard to reach bit, then you're going to spend forever trying to get there. Which is very unfortunate. Because there'll just be nothing. There's nothing here for you. Stop searching. It's just 2 tiles. Like the kind of shape that I always try to avoid. Well, I like the shape, but just can't use it. Like this. Because people are gonna go... I can't draw an arrow, the resolution's too small. There you go. People want to go into this little space. Right there. Because it's shaped like a secret, so... It's hard to use that in your design. It's really unfortunate. Alrighty. Yes, okay. Actually, so I put a confetti trigger in there and called it day. That would be very funny. But no, if I put a confetti trigger in there, I'm just encouraging it. Comments. They're just gonna look for all the confettis then, and then they're gonna make a speedrun called Confetti Percent, where they're gonna try to get all the confettis as soon as possible. That's the kind of caliber that we're dealing with here. You can never trust Celeste players. They're messed up. They look for things no matter what. Also, hi. Also, good luck mapping. Thank you. Hi, hi. How are you doing? I would say it's been a while, but I think that applies to everyone. I need like a tendril here. Ah! Oh, yawn. I've been shifting my sleep schedule back like a good bit in preparation of uni work again. So I'm actually like getting sleepy pretty early, which is a crime. But that's just kind of how it be. Only sleepy early. What a disgrace. How far I've fallen. And now I can't stop yawning. Okay. Me staying up for 24 hours to reset my sleep schedule? I will mess it up again. Yeah. No, I just kind of like what I did was I just slept like really bad, like historically bad. I only got like 4 hours of sleep. And then I said, you know what? This is a good thing actually. This is a good thing actually. This means that I'm gonna be completely exhausted. I'm gonna be falling asleep soon. So I just stayed up until the stayed up until pretty late, and then I fell asleep at a normal-ish time. Managed to chop off a few hours of my jet lag, which is pretty good. So now I wake up in time again to be eating something that you could consider breakfast. And breakfast exists again. I know, crazy. pretty wild stuff. Like this needs more juice. There you go. Juicy bit of town. I've yet to experience jet lag, however I've experienced a semester of college. I dare say that one's worse. Yeah, like I would just fall asleep in class. I'm a pretty bad student. We do a little sleeping. So like, whenever I had like early classes, like 8 AM, 9 AM type deal, I would always fall asleep in that first lecture. And first lecture, that's prime sleeping real estate. And I would just sit somewhere in the back and hope the teacher wouldn't notice. I probably did. But yeah. I need to stop yawning for real, for real. Oop. Small little cactus there. Alright, so we arrive at the room we were decorating before. We have sort of caught up with the themed decoration bits. So here I still need the core tiles, yeah. Not me nearly falling asleep in my calc class the day before an exam, I would never. Absolutely me. I do that every single time. I'm a bit of a sleeping fiend, you see. Experienced sleeper. Fall asleep on the reg. At least I'm trying to keep my yawning silent. You also need like a big type thing. I was talking about sleep is helpful in this situation. I mean, I don't. It could be worse. Like maybe. Ah, topic other than sleeping. Let's see. Lately, I've been really motivated to work and make contents. I've like had such motivation to do stuff. And while it's cool, it also makes me very restless, which is not great. Like I get all antsy if I'm not like working on stuff at every single possible moment. So it's not fantastic, but at the end of the day, I do get stuff done. So that's pretty good. I think I mentioned earlier that like I'm working on a video. I'm editing another video, and it's been a hot minute because it's a long video. Been working on it for a couple of months, like on and off. And now we're kind of nearing like the 50% done mark. And I'm pretty excited about it. Yeah, it's like an 11-minute long video-ish. But these things just take so long to make. It's like I don't know if I can like run my video editor while streaming, maybe my computer will just implode. Very possible. But it's like an introduction video to Final Fantasy XIV. Like a little comedy type video for new people or old people who just like the game and just want to hear more about it. That type of deal. Oh. Yo, let's go. Bunshines. Hello and welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing? How are you doing? How was your stream? Let me hit that fat shout out button, because I remember that it exists now. There you go. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Hey. Also, thank you, Neban, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. How are y'all doing? Stream was fun and chill, was playing 6D. Ah, I see. Those D-sides are way too difficult for me. Also, welcome in, Raiders. Whoa. So, celebrating getting HRT? Let's go! That's a little applause. That's amazing. That's big. That's huge. That's tremendous. That's massive, even. Huge congratulations with that. I know how big that is. It is huge. I'm super happy. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm so happy for you. I'm always so happy to hear news like that. Like, it's just the best thing. Like, you get your juice and now you can finally start on your journey. Start proper. I'm so happy to hear that for you. I'm so giddy about that. But before I forget, hello, welcome in, Raiders. I know you came out of a stream just now, so if you need to go get a drink, get a snack, go get a rest, please do so. Take care of yourself properly. It's easy to get caught up in just watching for a long time, so make sure you get that sippy of water. Make sure you get that bite of like a chip. Take good care of yourself. Get that thing. So, I refuse. You refuse. Listen here. You need that bite. You need that bite. You need that sip. Do not let me tell you twice. We take care of ourselves here. We take care of ourselves here. Yeah, it is from Mike and Fell. The song is from Mike and Fell. That's the first time anyone's recognized it. This is like one of those games where I expect no one else to have seen it or played it. Love Iconfell? Yeah. Iconfell's nice. Like, it's not a perfect game, but it's a good game. Are we biting food or each other here? Preferably food. Preferably food. You can bite someone else if and only if you get their permission, which I will not get for you. Take your time with it. Be careful. Don't bite people without permission. That's scary. Oh, you just started the other day, Dressel. Ah, I see. Like chapter 3 or 4. It's a good game. Very good game. Been a long time since you first played it, but you know the soundtrack very well. Yeah. The soundtrack is very memorable. Like the combination of like synths and piano, it's always a banger. Celeste did it, Iconfell did it, it's always good. It's always a big party. There's quite a bit Iconfell songs in my playlist. Because they're just really good songs. It's good music. Also, I like to like put songs in my playlist of games that I remember fondly. Ivy's and Surashu's music is so good. Oh, those artists. Huh. Yeah, that is good. It is very good. I think it carries very good moods with it. Like, it carries the emotions of scenes very well. And I think that's always important in music. Gonna go FK to eat dinner. Good luck mapping? Very well. Good luck with the eating dinner. Eat well. And congrats again with your HRT. I'm so happy for you. Ah. Very well. Take care. And thank you for the raid. Bye bye. Wow. It always feels weird for me to say, like, goodbye to people. Because whenever I say goodbye, like, I just, like walk away and stop talking. Because you said bye, you're leaving now. But I'm saying bye to someone, and I'm not leaving, and there's still people still here. How do you say goodbye? I still need to learn how to human a little bit, that seems. Just some of those, like, social bits are still whack. Mood, honestly, yeah. Cause, like, I'll be real. I didn't grow up, like, you know, talk to people? I don't really, like, talk to people? Like, what was I gonna do? Like, talk to real-life friends? Huh? No, I didn't do that. I didn't have those. I grew up online only. So, when I say goodbye to someone, I hang up the call. And then you don't talk anymore, then you're silent. But now I'm on a stream, and I talk... Yeah, another Dragonfell song. Hi, Handley, good luck, have fun. Vibe mod coin? Vibe mod coin? I'm not sure what that means. But I appreciate the sentiment, I'm sure. Some cool sheet music for this one? Ah, I see you. I mean, it is a good song with the... There's an oboe? Sounds like an oboe. And then violin. Good instruments. We appreciate classical instruments in this household. Need a little bit more growth, I think. There we go. Now we need spinners to go with it. Spinner. Spinner, spinner. There we go. I think then a little few over here and then we're done. Should be about it. Any hurdy-gurdy fans in the Twitch chat? Okay. Actually, shoutouts to, like, obscure instruments. There's like one instrument that I like a lot, but it never, like, shows up. Theremin fans. I like the didgeridoo. The didgeridoo. Love that instrument. It's such a goofy instrument. And it shows up in a few soundtracks that I really appreciate. There's like what you calls it? Oh, Monster Hunter. It shows up a lot in Monster Hunter. I remember the MapleStory intro theme? Yeah, MapleStory. I used to play that when I was a child. Yeah, we only have bangers in this in this soundtrack, this playlist. Oh, that spinner might actually be too close. There we go, that should do it. So, I have a lot of good fond memories of the MapleStory times, even though I was a tiny child who didn't understand the world. You know, it's still fun. Like, a lot of people have nostalgia for MapleStory because that's where they made their first friends, right? That's MMO times. They hung out while grinding or something like that. I had no such thing. I didn't know how to talk to friends. I played on my own. I just thought it was a funny looking game. Know absolutely nothing about MapleStory, sadly. I mean, honestly, at this point it's the good ending. Because MapleStory is one of those sad stories where it's a lot of people's childhoods, but it just ended badly. Like it just, game just kind of went downhill. Like, because as like the game got older, the updates got worse, the player base started dwindling, and because of that, they got less money, which made them make updates worse. And also, what they ended up doing was monetizing really badly, to the point where, like, to be able to like play the game properly at a high level, you had, like, mandatory had to spend like thousands of dollars on it. You just had to. There was no option around it. And there was just like, yeah, you couldn't be a casual MapleStory player anymore. You either spent thousands of dollars or you just lost. And that was kind of the end of it. Which is sad, but that's just kind of how it goes. Oops. Accidentally put a barrier fire out of bounds. There we go. And also, like, maintenance just kind of got worse, to the point where the game would just be offline for long periods of time. That sort of stuff. Just lost a lot of its charm. Like, it was time for it to move on, but it didn't want to, so eventually it was forced to. Terraria's your childhood in a way? Terraria. Yeah, I definitely remember that. I think I played that as well. Actually, I can check for a second. Hold up. We got a Terraria. 92 hours. That apparently was my childhood. Yes. I have played Terraria, it seems. On to the next one. Here we go. Like, games like that was what I grew up with a lot. Stuff like Starbound as well. Yeah, Starbound. Should play Terraria more, just never have any friends to play it with. Oh! Latest obsession's been Geometry Dash. Ah! I think I remember Geometry Dash, but I never played it myself, to be completely honest. Poured so many hours into Terraria, got me through high school pretty much. Oh, I see you. Yeah, like, that's the kind of common thing I hear. That, like, Terraria is what people really played. Like, that's their That was their game. Wait, why is everything shifted? Oh. Excuse me? Huh? Let's be like over here. Really want to play more of the new Terraria Calamity updates. Can't enjoy the game without friends though. I see. Yeah, I never had like friends to play it with, so I always did it solo. Like, I think I could enjoy Terraria. Oh, you can go way too high for that. What do we do about that? Make a bonk ceiling. That is chicory, yeah, it is. Of course I have chicory in the playlist. It would be a crime not to. Rainforest theme. Yeah, Banquet Rainforest. It seems like we share a good few games. Selection instead. Be gay, do crime, but not the crime of neglecting chicory music. Yeah. No, there's like, Ah, that's unfortunate. I should fix that as well. There's a few games that, Has anyone played much of Moonglow Bay? Moonglow Bay, I haven't heard of that game. Why is Battling gone? Why is Battling gone? Where did Battling go? Did I delete Battling? But now Battling's back, okay. Its soundtrack is by Lena Raine. Ah, I see. There we go. Soundtrack is good. Gameplay didn't seem too interesting. I see. Played it on launch day, but it was fraught with bugs and weird design decisions. That's gonna be my mod as well. Just gonna release this mod. It's gonna be fraught with bugs and weird design decisions. That was pretty cool. We love weird design decisions in Celeste? Yeah, we do. Gotta get a sippy again. Man, I wish my voice was stronger. I wish my voice was stronger, I really do. My map soundtrack is good? Stretch. Yeah. Good stretch, good stretch. Me looking for context. Context for which one? I like what you've done so far, but you're a little worried. I mean, it's valid. It's valid to be worried, but at the same time, it's more about whether you enjoy what is there. Because what other people think does not matter in the slightest. They can all fuck off. Like, the same with my map. Like, if you compare, like, oh, we talked about how Moonglow bass soundtrack is good. Yeah. But also you don't, like, need context to bring stuff up. Like, if you have a cool fun fact, you can just say it. There's nothing stopping you. Does Lena Rain make your soundtrack? No. Like, God, I wish. As for me, my goal for making my map was to kind of be the one-man army, because I'm not gonna ask for help with my map, really. Like, I don't ask artists for help, really. I don't have anyone helping me with stuff. And likewise, I don't have custom music, per se. I don't have a composer who can make music for me, because I'm not good at composing. My composing is very, very, very entry level and not good enough to actually make a competent soundtrack. Spoopy was making art. That's the one exception. That is the one exception. Spoopy making the end screens. Because end screens, those are nice to have. But also technically, I already made my own as well. So the music that I have, it's Hollow Knight music. I basically made I repurposed the Hollow Knight soundtrack for this mod. But yeah, I did actually make one of the end screens, like this one. Oh, look at it go. Good old painting. And I think it's pretty cool, but also this is not that good. This is not fantastic, and I think it could be done better. So that's what Soup is doing. Hopefully. Like, I asked Soup to make the end screens for the first 4 chapters, but Soup might also make the 5th chapter, if Soup has an idea. Hold up. Thought I saw something. Holy moly, that a heart icon? Oh, you mean this one? Do we need to do another tour of Spoopy's repaints? Do we need to do another tour? Bergie. Okay, so the hamburger. Okay, so like the red heart is a hamburger. The blue hearts? Red hearts? I'm not sure. Blue heart is a hamburger. Red heart is a McDonald's fries. And the yellow one is chicken nugget. Yeah, strawberries are melons. Chapter 1's called Fucking City. The prologue is called Frame Perfect Skip. This mod is honestly amazing. Honestly, I feel like what would be a pretty fun thing to do was to just walk through the game, looking at all the dialogue. Just doing a playthrough of the game with the mod enabled. And seeing what pops up. I think that would be pretty fun. But that might not be the best thing to do now. That's a pretty big pivot right now. Might do that a different stream though. Might do that Sunday, maybe? Question mark. Because this stream is normally the stream I do on Sundays, so maybe I do that stream then. Question mark. My brain is running at 2 miles an hour. Not very fast. I'm doing the thing again where I get distracted and I play the map instead of making the map. Alright, making map. We can do it. Actually, wait, didn't I, Huh. There's a thing there. Delete. I think the map is like 90% of making the map anyways. That's true. I'll be too busy playing or listening to the thing to actually work on it. Yeah. No, like, my streams of doing this has been mostly just me playing the map over and over. Which is a bit mean because, like, no one else can play this. Only I can play this. I'm just playing it and showing people, haha, I can play this map, you can't. Haha, hee-hoo. Hee-hee. A little bit mean. I think it was Temple 8. No, it was Stone. Yeah. You are the best at this map. There is nobody better. That is true. I'm doing a dumb code. Let's go, Viv. Welcome back. How are you doing? Meeting go okay? Man, this sounds so good. 30 minutes later, I've gotten nothing done. Wow, this still sounds great, as if nothing's changed at all. Yeah. Also, when I work on my video, I get too caught up in, like, watching bits of the video back. I do that so much. Probably should stop. Stop doing it that often. Let's see, decoration. There's two more rooms left. My Celeste sound is turned off, but I swear that I could hear those zip movers. And the sound effects, I swear I could hear them. Phantom Celeste noises. Phantom Celeste noises. Oh my god. Messed up. Also, yeah, like, it's valid to be worried about not liking your stuff. I do notice that whenever I, like, rewatch parts of my videos, I am like prone to get doubts and feel like I'm not doing great. Like I'm cringe, if you will. Which is not the best. Not preferable, generally. Sometimes I can make something new that sounds good, but like, man, it's an unfinished thing I made 3 months ago. Sure sounds neat, you have no idea how I could actually finish it. Yeah. Sometimes you play your map, you're like, yeah, I'm really proud of this, and other times you're like, wow, this sucks. Also true. Like, also have that with the video, where sometimes I think like, man, I'm very funny. I am humorous. I am comedy incarnate, actually. And then I'll just like, next time I'll just go ahead and just get sad because actually my comedy is very bad. Entry-level comedy. I'm a fake. It's funny how your brain works like that. I guess we get it like a antler pattern going up. So we covered this area. I should probably use kill boxes here as well, like going up that much. Looks close to finishing, you get more negative because it's not going to improve much more. That's also valid, yeah. Like what I feel is a very thing specific to comedy. Hat in Time? Yeah, Hat in Time. The thing that I feel is that with comedy, when you're writing something, jokes are all about subverting your expectation and stuff like that. And when you see the same joke 30 times, your expectation is no longer getting subverted. You are already aware of it. So it's just no longer funny. So it's very easy to lose confidence in your humor. Because it's just easy to feel like it's cringe, you know? Because you see it a lot as you're editing it. Really proud of your map anyway, you're learning lots from making it? Yeah, that's what we like to see. Oh, it's like a weird snap there. Next map will probably be even better. Exactly, that's how it works. I made the mistake of instead of making a map and then making a second map and then making a third map and then learning as you go, I made one map, then said, okay, I'm now an expert, and started my 5-chapter campaign. So chapter 1 is kind of bad. Oh, you're attempting to rewrite the teleportation code it took you 2 years to perfect, so that I can make it arbitrary and therefore it can be used by the 2-year-old code. That isn't perfect. I think I see you. I think I understand. Good old making things compatible. Made 0 maps and I started working on my big project. Also valid. Not a good idea, but also valid. Like, me saying anything other than valid would be to be a hypocrite. Because that's exactly what I did. We do a little expansion. Terrible beta, that's what I felt like doing? Yeah. Sometimes you just want to chase that idea. And honestly, that's how it should be. Like, I got this new motivation lately, where like it's easy to, like very often, I feel like I'm tired. And I just want to sit back and eat a chip and charge my phone and just vibe, you know? Just relax, not do anything. But if I do that, I will never get my projects done. And I will never, like, get those ideas in my head out. And they will keep burning in my head forever. So lately I've been getting that motivation of like, yeah, even if it sucks to work on stuff sometimes, you gotta burn through that wall to get to the other side and make your dreams and make your fantasies, make them real. And like, that's how I kind of feel about a lot of stuff, like the video editing. Like, it's a lot of work. But I'll get a video out of it. I'll be able to unleash that creative little child out in the world, into the world. And I think that's worth a few hundred hours of work. It's valid, but also I like to go at a comfortable pace. I mean, that's a different thing, right? Like, you shouldn't overwork yourself. But there's a fine line that you need to ride. Like, for me personally, like, if I listen to what my heart tells me, I'm gonna... Every day's an off day if I listen to what my heart tells me. If I listen to what my heart tells me, I will not get out of the bed in the morning. If I listen to what my heart tells me, I will never end up working on anything. I wouldn't even go live on Twitch, because it's scary. It's gonna be effort. And that part of my heart is cringe and knows nothing. And is stupid, so we fight that part. We do things anyway. And I think that's valuable. Yeah, like if your heart tells you to, you know, go make stuff, then you're already in a good place. Yeah, like the thing with me usually is that, like, I tend to, like, want to make things, like, all of the time. But then when I get to doing it, I get discouraged and I give up. And I stop doing the thing. And that's the part, that's the junction where I need to be tough on myself and say, no, Hanley, you're gonna continue working on it, actually. Otherwise you will not win. Otherwise you will not get the victory royale. And you want the victory royale, don't you, huh? And that's how motivation starts. Sometimes it says, let's chill, okay? And I'm like, okay. Me too, honestly. Like, sometimes I feel like, okay, I can't do it today. I really can't. And then I do take my break. Because not taking that break results in me finding out that actually I can't get it done at this time. Juice simply isn't there. Left defaults and right defaults. No? That should do the trick. Holly, you have a dumb mapper opinionated question for me. Okay. Let's hear it. I am ready. If you want my opinion, by God, I will give it. What is better, Ahorn UI or Learn UI? Ooh. Also, hi, Bunshines. Hi, Mike. Welcome back. Welcome on back. Was your bite nice? Yeah, like ignoring AI. I mean, Ahorn being laggy. It was? Thanks? Alright, that's good to hear. Ahorn UI or Learn UI? I'm gonna be real and say that while there are some obvious benefits, because there's like some features that Learn obviously have, like, you know, doing this. Can't do that in Ahorn. And like I can see the entities in other rooms, and like I can place things, and like it still works because you have to select a room before like you can place it. Stuff like that. Well, that's obviously better. I prefer the way Ahorn looks. I prefer the Ahorn UI. Plus, with stuff like the edit thing. I just like the I like the Ahorn looks of it better. It's subtle, but I prefer Ahorn. Wait, is there no save screen button? Prefer learns UI but still used to Ahorn. That's also valid. Like I'm used to Ahorn, of course, but like they're similar enough to where I can just pick up learn and just go. Oog. I think Ahorn's design is more clean in terms of seeing what stuff does, but learn is way faster. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I do think learn is like a substantial upgrade though, at the end of the day. It works. And it doesn't mess with my Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V. Tries the design concept for Snowberry, which in hindsight was awful. As design concepts tend to be. It's hard to actually design anything good. I don't know, there was this like saying that like 90% of everything is shit, and I still remember that, and it's true. It's true, actually. Oh, great idea. 2 inbox inventory, one for left click and one for right click. I mean, the Rain World editor also uses that. Save presets and structures to each click. That sounds like way too much power user type stuff. Copy paste of 3 different methods. While I could see that bringing like a professional workflow faster, I think if you'd start talking about professional workflows, when you talk about modding Celeste as a hobby, you've gone into deep. And you need to slow down there, buddy. You need to hold on for a minute there. We have enough of toxicity in this community without talking about professional map making and optimizing things. This little spinger thing looks like a tree. Yeah, that's kind of like what I like doing. Sometimes I like making like goofy structures, especially in the last chapter. Just like making little structures, little funny guys, little friends, little fruity boys. Like some rooms I have very specific themes that you can see, right? Like Tassel love them. Like some rooms have very clear themes. Sometimes I do other themes like the vertical lines. Sometimes I do thin connections. Sometimes I do like notes. Now I'm doing like a tree thing. Someone does want to start paying map makers, that'd be cool, but it seems unlikely. Yeah. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's a hobby. You are making cool stuff because you like making cool stuff. You have a pedigree to do it. I mean, you do, but... Money is always makes things sketchy. You start getting the money involved, things go downhill very quick. Donations are the closest thing right now anyways? Yeah, and I don't know a single person that does donations. Or at least, like, actually gets the donations. Like, I know that some people have, like, donation boxes, but I've never heard of anyone, like, actually donating to those. Maybe 3 people could feasibly get donations. Exclude Jade, obviously, yeah. Jade's like the one person where I'm like, yeah, no, I understand this one. Like 1 person, maybe 2 people have donations set up. I know Jade has it set up, but Jade, like, does stuff outside of Celeste as well. Jade, like, makes a ton of stuff. Max, they get donations for some other stuff, though. Yeah, like, Max is, like, one of the few people where I'm like, yeah, they probably deserve it. Yeah, just been working. Vine tree aesthetic. Like, I'm pretty sure I know what her job is, but... Also, that feels like a bit too personal to be talking about on stream. Feels a little bit weird. Yeah, just discussing someone's personal life in depth just because they're mildly famous. It being cool does not make a difference. Oh yeah, wait, I needed to do something like this. Let's see it. Ah, that doesn't work. This should work. Why did it leave? I don't know why this happens. I don't know why it just doesn't show up. Full concept has been brainstormed, but that is feasible enough at some point. What did I miss? Mild glitch whenever I reload here. So I got an F5 for this one. There you go. You missed us talking about things. Honestly, can't remember what about. Just some good old deco. New helper releasing soon? Oh, damn. I mean, that's news to me, too. Like this weekend. Ah, I see. Things with stuff and a sprinkle of etc. Yeah. Shadow drop a nice helper. Wow. I just need some antler stuff here. Kind of like that, yeah. Hard drive full of corruption. Oh no, I don't like the sound of that. I'm already sorry to hear about that. I'm sorry. Corruption's never fun. Love how we have names for these formations. Listen, I've plopped the biggest map I've ever made, so full of them, that I have names for them all. I kind of have to at this point. To retain my sanity, at least a little bit. Lost all your learn plugins? Oh no. That's rough, I'm sorry. Back to 40% or so. I see. I see. Just remember what the fuck I did. Yeah, no, I'm really bad at that sort of stuff. I always forget exactly what I did. I will never remember. Oh, I can use the core for this. That goes pretty chill. At least you mostly have a visual representation, what you actually need to do. Don't have to just level design. Yeah. Like, deco is kind of what I'm doing in all of these streams, because I can just talk while decoing. Like, it doesn't cost that much brain power to do so. You can just kind of do it at an okay pace. We call this formation the fungus. Especially on your map where you really focus on making good gameplay. Yeah. Yeah, that would make it more of a focus, I guess, if it's the focus. That makes sense to me. So true. Also, deco's very time intensive, so making a bare bones gameplay room feels much more meaningful and faster. I see. I mean, that's what I'm doing, isn't it? Like, especially with these levels where the deco is so abstract anyway, I can just make a void gameplay and then I can deco around it. Be careful though. Struggle making gameplay without at least kind of imagining the environments. I mean, that's the good ending. Because then the environment and the map blend together really well. Which is exactly what you want for this sort of stuff. So my maps I'm working on have particular environment styles supposed to mesh with the gameplay. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's always good to mesh, like, the gameplay with the deco. Makes it feel more alive, right? Like, that's kind of the deal behind award-winning map, The Climb. Where it's just like, yeah, deco goes first, and then comes gameplay based on the deco. And that's the deal. Based? Based on what? On Summon. Void gameplay rooms waited for me to deco them for multiple months? Yeah. I can't tell you how old this room is. This room is so old and it still hasn't been decoed. But we're getting there very slowly. Might even get there this stream if I'm able to keep this voice up. Which spoilers are probably ones. I am. Like, I already have to talk in voice budget mode to be able to keep talking. I can't, like, can't talk that long, still. My map is just bayed. Understandable. Have a nice day. Man, I want to be able to stream for another hour and a half so I can raid Jay. But likely not happening. But I will give it my best. I will try to persevere. Surely. I wanted a core. Core, yes. I feel like the kind of vibe here that I'm having is like an underhang of a mountain type deal. This would probably make like a thing that it's hanging on. Wait a second. This is not core at all. This is a different one. This is supposed to be chapter 1. So I'm supposed to use completely different fucking tiles. I guess goodbye to the fungus. Fungus is replaced with stones. Unfortunate. But hey, the structures can still stand. No more fungus amogus. Yeah, I'm sad about that. I wanted the fungus amogus to be there for our special day. Let's kind of fill that up. Yeah. That's reminiscent of my chapter 1 deco, I think. Now we can fill it up here as well. Although I don't need to like manually fill it in, I can just use rectangles. But I gotta be careful that I'm not like filling in too much. Like here. Careful of that little nook and cranny. And then we go back up here, I think. And get it like a building-like structure. Brush and Learn feels so nice. Yeah, they really improved it. It's a very good brush. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna do that, and then we bucket. There we go, that's the sort of structure, I think. Feels like a thing. And we can rectangle to create like false paths that don't actually exist. Yeah, something like that looks nice. Oh, but we've gotta do this bit first. Because we need more spinner. Always need more spinner. Even though this bit doesn't really need them that much. Or just a formality. A decorationality. Do we even need any more? I probably need some stuff here to, like, discourage. So otherwise people are just gonna go over that edge. Actually, hold up, I need stuff here as well. Does that even work? Hold up. Can you just, like, skip that? But what if you demo? Is my demo bad? Ah, hi Lily. Hello, good morning. Welcome on in. We are modding at this time. But mostly just vibing. We're doing a little bit of deco. We're getting along pretty nicely. Like we added more deco to the previous rooms, and we decoed 1, 2, and soon 3 rooms. Which is pretty astounding pace, I think. Pretty incredible. I should never uptalk again. I've crafted 220 collectibles in the past 24 hours. I may require assistance. Are you quite well? Do you need help? Also did pre-crafts myself, so I'm not... Well, okay. So, for context, it's crafting in Final Fantasy XIV. And... that's rough. That's a lot of crafting. I am tempted, and I am going to do it. I am doing it. I am going to the dialogue file. Scrolling down. I'm going to, like, here. I'm adding a new line. Madeline left normal. No, distracted. She is so normal. I am normal about jellyfish. What does Madeline say when Madeline gets stuck in there? What does Madeline say? Wait, I know, I gotta believe. I don't think believing is gonna get you out of there. Hi, Galax. What does Madeline say when getting in here? Why not exactly that? What, Inwards Chapter 5 silly? I don't think believing is gonna get me out of this. It's got to be some obscure tech to get out of here. I'm not sure what I expected to find But now I feel wavy bracket quite silly. Close wavy bracket. Save. Copy ID. Placements. Triggers. She's so just wavy bracket silly. Oh, we are quite silly on this beautiful day. Awful. I'll remove that hazard as well. Just wavy bracket, silly, close waving bracket things. Achievement helper achievements. Is there an achievement helper? Are there like custom achievements and stuff? If so, this is not gonna be an achievement. I haven't seen it in maps yet, but I have seen it. Wait, okay, so achievement helper. Okay, banana. Let me check for a second. Go here, then go here. Celery. There it is. So, okay, achievements. Achievement helper. In-game achievement system. Vanilla Steam achievements are included in a pack as a separate download. You can add achievements with this? Yo, that's cool though. Achievement help was used in Celeste Parable. I would not be surprised. Should I add achievements? Or at least achievement supports? I think I should. New version of Olympus. Oh yeah, sure. Could have it be an optional thing if you want it to be. I see. Oh, hi, Josie. Welcome back, Josie. I didn't actually notice Josie. I thought I was just Lily petting Lily because it was both green on my end. Still around. I thought you had gone to bed. But welcome. Our greens are very different, what the heck? Yes, but my eyes are bad. I'm not paying attention. So I didn't see it, I'm sorry. Okay, achievements. You've successfully derailed the stream. That's an understatement. This stream is now an achievement stream, I think, if I can figure this out. Achievement helper achievements.yaml, file positioned in the root of your mod. See the one included with achievement helper example of the format. Okay, achievement trigger and achievement controller can each be used with grants and achievements. Trigger grants achievements when a player enters the trigger and provided condition is true. Controller grants the achievements when the condition is true. Achievements are specified by their mod and name as defined in the YAML. Only learn plugins are provided. Okay. Also, just saw the funny Celeste girl on the website there. And I was like, oh, that's the the thing Holly? Anything Celeste is now Holly coded in my brain? What? Oh, like you see Madeline and you think like, oh, that's a Holly related thing. Oh, I see. I'm flattered. Happy to be a face of Celeste, I suppose. Although I don't think I'm like that for most people, I dare say. The Holly. Arrow pointing to Madeline. The Holly Madeline? Yo, hi Sav. Only the creator of critically acclaimed game Celeste. No. We're not starting this bit again. We're not starting this bit again. I know I started, but no, we can't do that. We can't keep up with that. We can't keep doing it. Madeline, Celeste, Holly. Awful. Where's the... settings? What are settings? Settings button doesn't do anything. Okay, so I can't reload. So I'm gonna need to close that off and restart Learn so I can get the new plugins. There we go. So now I should have trigger achievements. There it is. Can't believe people keep calling the mountain Madeline when her name's Holly. You like that, huh? Yeah, this stuff does start in like 5 seconds. It's quite convenient. I guess we're gonna look at achievements, huh? So in the mods folder, in achievement helper, they provide an example YAML. I'm gonna just copy it. We paste it. And startup time, not literally an hour, is one hell of a feature. Sure is. The things you take for granted. Wow. That's an example. That's silly, me derailing their workflow. Listen, this is a hanging out stream first of all, and this is kind of exciting, so I think it's okay to derail a little bit. Just a little bit. Love this font, by the way. It's a custom font. It is an exclusive font. This is a rare font. This is a Noodle Soup written by the one and only Spoopy Soup. Fucking, I'm so happy I managed to get this font. It's so good. It's such a good handwritten font. I'm not sure if Soup like wants to share it, but they should. It's good. Font trading cards when? No, nothing about what is currently happening. I'm just here to smile and wave. That's also valid, Josie. Also, hi Milky Way. Welcome on in. We were decorating. We're no longer decorating. We are now achievement hours. Achievement hours. We're doing achievements. So this is I'm not sure what kind of format is required here. Mod achievement came from used to grab. Okay, so that's just the mod name. Okay. Just gonna keep that open on the side. Like Times New Roman attacks you with cursive writing for 20 damage. the great divide between the two camps of Seraph and Sans Seraph. Interesting matchups. I can learn this too because you might want to play around with these too, yeah. Achievement, be Holly, only available to one person in the world. Name of the achievement to be used internally. Icon. Implies a list of other achievements identified by their model name that will be granted when this achievement is acquired. Okay. So you can... Okay, that makes sense. Install the skin mod. Yeah, you can be Holly if you install the skin mod. Very good skin mod. Pretty good skin mod. And then there's icons. Animation speed, if it's an animated icon. Secret name, whether name should be hidden before this achievement is collected, and secret description. And is it also a description? I'm not entirely sure. They don't actually mention. They don't actually mention a description here. Yeah, they don't mention it. Maybe it's an English subtext or something. I mean, if so, like, it's yeah. I'm not sure. I'm expecting it to be, but who knows? I can't, like, tell how it is here. They don't mention it, so I guess we'll just find out. We'll just find out slowly. So what kind of achievements would we have if we had achievements? Let's open up another text file. Like, what kind of achievements would we have? It's actually a good question. I think I want to have at least the hidden achievements for when you press B to talk with Badeline. And also an achievement for when you like do some other stuff, some secret stuff. But I don't think I actually want to use achievements for anything else. Right? Hmm. Comfy spot achievement. No. I want my achievements to be semi-serious. And like, yeah, I could do one for completing a chapter, but that's lame. That's not really an achievement. Getting out of comfy spot achievement. Okay. I mean... I could get achievements for, like, finding secret areas, but, like... It's just, there's just one achievement, and it's for finding this guy. And it's called True Love. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do that. Just that one achievement. A singular achievement, it's called True Love, and it's for finding this guy. Because all the other stuff, I feel like adding achievements kind of detracts from the experience. Yeah, it's Creature F. Just hanging out here. Big Creature F. So we just get, 1 achievement. It's a secret achievement, for sure, for sure. I think you need to underscore it. Icon. What kind of icon? So the area select slash start point is a icon they have. So let us peek at the files to see how that icon starts. Actually, we need a second tab. Icon. If we go to pictures, slightly more important things, Celeste, atlases. So it would be area select. Is that a thing here? I don't see it here. Is it in... Oh, graphical user interface. Okay, so... It needs to be in the GUI, and then I can select it. I see, I see. So with that in mind, get another folder. The folders just keep coming. Never an end to the folders. Inwards, graphics, atlases, graphical user interface. So then we add a thing called things. This is what modding is like? Sadly, yeah. And now I just need a good image. So I'm assuming it needs to be kind of on the same size. So we just kind of copy this, go back into Paint. Here we go. These 3 folders you were actively working on, and 2 just for reference. Yeah. Oh, you're annoyed? Oh no, what happened? There we go, now we have the color of creaturef. Cannot default my function to have a method default Angie. Those are sure are words. I do not know what those words mean, but I feel you. I'm sorry. What is a darker shade? Actually, I can just make that my own. I need to fill this with shade, but slightly lighter, I think. Let me grab that white. There we go. Little guy. Modding at its peak. I'll take this, make it go a little bit darker. Actually, we can just select this one. Then we add a layer. Oh, fuck. I think only one paw there is good, actually. Little guy. It's the little guy. We get our red outs for the... Gets a little silly sometimes. Little creature. You know what? To make it accurate, we're gonna give him a little hat. He's got that fancy top hat. Something like that. Then we get a little bit of highlights. Oops. Such a fucking handsome little guy. There we go. Save it, ship it, pictures. Celeste. Graphic Atlas GUI things. Lil guy. .png. And there he is. And then we tell the mod about it. Little guy. And then we go into here, go all the way down. Trigger achievements. So it brings you here, I think. So achievement name, true love of inwards. Save changes. I'm gonna put the gate like right here. Alright, so now if I restart my Celeste, I should be able to load the new mod, Achievement Helper mod. We should be able to see it, I think. Question mark? Ah, this is so dumb. Hoping it works. Hope. Fingers crossed. Auto-updating. Updates failed. Okay. Not really sure why that failed. Oh. Guess I'll just have to, like, cancel out of it. Can't believe Learn starts faster than Ahorn. I mean, Celeste itself. What a world we live in. Skipping update. There we go. Achievement inwards true love. Oh, and then hold up. Ah, okay, hold up. Well, now, we need to go to the achievement menu, if there is one. Achievements, backspace. There you go, so there it is. So I can go to my English file. Go to the top. Right under the postcards, we can throw it in. Yeah, Achievement Helper. Those square brackets for comments. Here it sure is, a singular achievement. So we get achievements, inwards, mod name. And we just delete this thing because I need to copy it like this. Inwards. Wow. Cool mod, which I don't think I've seen used anywhere, but yeah, this seems like the perfect thing to use it for. Yeah, more or less. I mean, like, the main thing about it, right, is that, there are some hidden things that I would like to make achievements for, but A, I don't want to show those things off on stream, and B, giving it achievements kind of feels like it would defeat the purpose. But at the same time, maybe it would cause more people to seek it out, you know? So I'm not sure whether I want to. But I do want at least one achievement for pressing B to talk to Badlin. One achievement for finding all of them. No, I don't think I will. Because there's only really one thing to find. Okay, achievements. Inwards. True love name equals true love. Oh, that's crazy. Achievement, you found the achievement. Achievement for each chapter would make sense, yeah, but you also already have, like, you know, the fact that you completed the chapter as evidence. You don't need an achievement for that. Chapter complete achievements are a little bit lame. You get one for opening the achievement menu. Yeah, but that's also kind of lame. There we go. Yeah, like in Steam it makes sense because like there it actually tracks how many people did it, but not here. Well, I can stretch this out. There you go. Description. You found it, haven't you? I think just that is powerful. Why is the mod name not working though? Sippy, yeah, Sippy. Thank you, Josie. The mod name thing does not work. Welcome to speech recognition. You just space at the start. No, that's not it, I don't think. Nah, that wasn't it, yeah. I need to reload the menu. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. True love. You found it, haven't you? There's also... okay, so let's see. Achievements. So, if there's the, let's see. Placement of entity. Achievement controller. Let's see it. Achievement name condition. The condition must be true to award this achievement. Leave blank for no condition. Like, adding achievements for going places is easy, but then you get to the harder things, and that's kind of difficult. And use for silly hidden things you can seek out, making the achievement more hidden, the better hidden the spot things are. Yeah. Let me check. Because, here's the things, apparently. The condition system uses Sokoku expression parser with several custom functions to get commonly needed values. These functions are flag, level flag, chapter strawberries, level set strawberries, level set goldens, total goldens. Utility functions, string to lower. Well, that's convenient. Yeah, so what we're looking for here is we're looking for like flag. We're looking for a certain flag to be true. And the problem is I didn't code my thing with flags, so I think we're in trouble. Because the Hanli helper Goth Tattle, it does not use flags. So, yeah. Yep. I don't have an easy way of doing this. However, maybe is there a no. I thought maybe there's a like a flag trigger thing where if you press a button in the zone, but even then I would need to like wire it to whatever button is wired to the Badlin helper somehow, which I don't think I can do. Sippy is gone. So I might not have a way to make an achievement for talking to Badlin unless I shudder. Open up Badlin and code it. Which is rough. I don't like this. Because not only would I have to write custom code, there's another problem. Because I no longer maintain my mod. And this means that like other people also work on Hanli Helper. Which means that my copy of Hanli Helper is not the same as other people's copy of Hanli Helper. So I can't just like code a thing and upload it. I have to like synchronize it with like a GitHub thing. I don't know how to do that. I've never GitHubbed a day in my life. This is a downfall for botching together new things correctly. Like they're all like, oh, we should make things proper and properly organized and not jank, and I I am disappointed. That's no way to live. So I can't just like tinker with my mod as much anymore. Like I could, but then I need to send like the files over to the people and be like, hey, please help. What do I do? Help. Ah. Which is scary. I don't like that. If you could have dialogue that triggers a flag. Yeah, no, I can do that. With cutscene triggers, you can like trigger flags. But the problem is I can't like I can't trigger those cutscene, like, triggers with my Goth tattle. It doesn't work. Simply not how it works, so... Like, there's no connection bits between these things. So, I can't... I don't think I can do it. Hello, hi, I'm alive, thank you, Mima. Okay, so apparently I nudged my mute button. On accident. Unfortunate. I'm not sure how long I was muted, but hi, Mima. And yeah, the set flag thing in general dialogue would be very helpful. Mima, look at this achievement. You get it for meeting the big creature of. True love, you found it, haven't you? Extremely strong achievement, one of the strongest. One of the best out there at this time. And probably gonna be like the only achievements in this stupid mod. Yeah, achievement helper. I'm just trying to think what other achievements I could make. What kind of other achievements could fit in? Because in general, I don't really want that many achievements. It is a thing, apparently. It's quite nice. Quite funny. Chicory song? Yeah, it's Brecky. I don't even need to check to know what song this is. Love this song so much. It's got that lazy beach vibe. Shoutouts to Brecky, one of my favorites. Sure. Dash 100 times in the starting room. Actually... I have a cool idea for an achievement. Cause there's this part of chapter 4, right? Where yeah, like if you I'm not sure how I would like measure this. But like, I want to have an achievement for... Oh, you did the funny ultra to start. But I'm not sure how I would even measure that. I guess, I would have to like do it and then look what the timer says when I do it. Because I could make like the I could like evaluate time, right? So I could see how if you get there fast enough, you get the achievements. So roughly like 4 seconds. It's gotta be like a player speed trigger or something. Maybe we could look at the list. Player X. That's a thing. Time. I'm guessing it's like I'm guessing it's like time per level, right? Like session time? I'm guessing that's it. Because otherwise it's practically useless. Player dead body in scene? What? That's crazy, that's wild. One of the time thing is chapter time or file time. I already said that. Actually played around trying to make an ultra detector at some point. Ooh. I see. Successfully, or? Played a mod pack for 3 hours achievements. Till their hooked player class and plug that into a state machine. Oh, I see. I guess, yeah. Time. Yeah, I guess time would be the one. Expression parser. Wonder how the time is measured in game. Like, what number would it even be? Open the debug map. I think I saw a modern modding whip that uses text-to-speech to say what tech you performed that was funny. Oh yeah, right! It was like a Tony Hawk type deal. Like, that is pretty funny. Okay, hold up, so I'm just gonna write achievements. Mod inwards. Name. Ultra. Icon. Things. Slash. Shutter. Bad. And I would just copy these two. We need to go to here. Open. Chapter 4 fights. So here we need our placements, trigger achievements. Like right in there. Achievement name. Ultra. Inwards. Save changes. Oh, but then also we need the condition, right? Yeah, condition. So, should be here. Condition. Time. Smaller. Smaller than 0. I'm gonna put that in now. Because then I can check if it works or not. Okay, well... It worked. And it shouldn't have worked, so that's bad. Can I delete achievements? Can I unachieve an achievements? Ah! Not sure if I can, so I'm just gonna have to go to a different save file. So here, if I load it here... Run the debug and reopen it, it just deletes it. Okay. It literally just achieves it, okay. Let's go to debug then. Maybe not sure? Okay, that's fair, that's fair. Oh, we'll see either way. This should be like a new session. Call the Madeline. Head back in. Ah, it doesn't do achievement again. Ah. I can't believe my debug save has... Okay, no, it does work. I just need to restart it. So... let's see what they say. The trigger grants the achievement when the player enters the trigger and the provided condition is true. Controller grants condition when the condition is true. Did I miss something? There is no condition provided here. And also, this doesn't seem to work very well. Hey, is this not how it works? I think I had a... I feel like I'm in over my head. This thing in one of my masters could fit really well with achievements. Achievements are pretty good. Doesn't work right now, but it's pretty good. We're just gonna try restarting Celeste, see if that like reloads the YAML, right? And in the meantime, while that reloads, I can... No, that's a different notepad. English, here we go. I can just copy this real quick. And it's Ultra. Oh, and the updates failed again. I just need to uninstall that mod, really. Like, it crashes my Celeste every time I try to install it. Or like, just try to boot up the game. Trust the update, and it just doesn't work. Oh, at the ready, at the ready? Mash X. Mash X skipping update, there we go. Mod options. I'll do that later. It's fine. Debug. Chapter 4. There we go. Now let's see. Didn't even make it over there. You know, it just gives it to me. Damn. It's messed up. I guess I'll have to bust out the big guns. We delete that trigger, but instead we place a flag trigger. Flag, which sets the flag ultra fast, makes it become question mark. Ultra Dex was originally supposed to be a thing where you'd get more in-depth, actually correct feedback for how well you performed at Ultra for purposes, but just never actually finished it. I see, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Just place an achievement controller down. time is smaller than 1 and n. What was the thing? Flag. Yeah, flag. There it is. Ultra underscore fast. Yep. Mod name inwards. There you go. This should help a bit more. Recall the Madeline. Re-enter debug. And now we go in. Still want the mod that adds a little effect when you get an ultra? I mean, you can get it. I already have like a mod. There's a mod that when you go fast, it adds like particles to you. I guess I didn't get an achievement just now. So now, if I say... Just delete this part. And go back here. Entities. Time is smaller than 10. Very generous. Save changes. The most difficult part about making that ultra detector was that technically speaking, dashing down right, ending dash, standing on the ground, losing all speed, and then jumping technically counts as an ultra. By all technicalities, it's an ultra. Not particularly great to think of state machines. State machines are pretty rough. I did not get the achievement still. Let's find out why it doesn't work. So this, so if logical and, we got that right. Put a limit of like 1 second. Yeah, like I put a limit of like 10 seconds and it just didn't give it to me. So I'm gonna try this. Yeah, there we go, now I got it. So the time function just works weird. I was talking to Lily, I see. I'm sorry. Maybe it's not measuring in seconds for some reason. Oh, that's right. So time. Was it a capital T? It wasn't. Okay. So now let's try. It's probably like milliseconds or some shit. Smaller than. In milliseconds, 1,000 is 1 second. So 10,000 would be 10 seconds. That should work, right? Did not get the achievements. Then I'm not sure. I mean, that definitely was fast. Okay. So now the next logical conclusion is we need to add a few zeros. Let's got a pop-up from Steam informing you to an update and ask to restart. Steam then applied the update and restarted, and it showed me a pop-up informing me another update. Yeah, Steam updates is weird. It's really weird. Still don't get the achievement. This song is definitely me when Steam updates back to back. Yeah, alright. Yeah. Alright, it is at this stage where okay. This is this stage where I am out of ideas. Help. What the fuck? Huh? What does time do? Like time of day? Is it like total file time? Is it like the half past midnight? What do we mean? What does this mean? Show me your secret. Needs time spent in the trigger? I mean, this is not about a trigger, though. This is just a function that you use. Ha! Mysterious? I don't understand. Huh? You're welcome. Sorry about that. I just remembered I had that button. Adrenaline. I'm sorry. Throw the mod on D and spy and look for yourself. I mean, but I don't think these are like functions, though. Cured my blindness? Okay. You're welcome. Can I throw it in D and spy? Is that a thing I can do? Are the cops gonna arrest me for that? Like, in expression parser and the achievement helper. I'm cops for real, you're good? Okay, I believe you. If I get arrested, it's all on you. Just so you know. Okay, the spy doesn't open through here. I'll have to open it. Disappointments, software, IL spy. I use IL spy, okay. I'm not actually sure like how to open mods. I've never really done that before. Also, ow, my eyes. Ugh. I have a really bright, really big screen, and this is flashbanging me at this time. Display. Please tell me there's a dark mode. Miscellaneous. No. There's no dark mode. I'm crying right now. Okay, I'm gonna click the open button. I think that's probably it. And then Celeste. I threw it in here. There it is. Achievement helper. Sip iced tea. I'm out of juice. I need to go grab some juice. It's not it, isn't it? Sippy right now. Okay, you know what? That's fair. I'll be right back as I grab my sippy. So hold on tight as I grab my sippy. Just one moment. I'm not even gonna mute. Like I just gotta walk to the other side of the room and grab my sippy. I'm just only doing the thing so that my model doesn't freak out. Holding on. Okay, that's good. That's good. Translates the stream. But that's the sound of the good old tap water. There we go. Tap water has been fetched. And has been sipped. Water. Okay, I'll be real. I don't know where to find these functions. No, iced tea, sad face. Yeah, I'm off the stuff. I am never drinking iced tea again. Never again. Mission parser. The functions aren't here, I don't think. Parse internal. I don't think it's here. I'll be real. Maybe in achievements? No, that's not it. Helper module? Expression evaluator. Know the song? Yeah, it's a good song. I like this song. So instead, gonna go back to the mod. Achievement helper. Bin. Expression parser. We're gonna grab that boy. Drag it over to the backup. Expression parser, get in there. Oh, this seems like the celeste expressions. Wait, so like not these celeste expressions. Wait, where's the functions then? Huh? Huh? Where is it? Huh? Excuse me. Where is it? I do not understand. It's nowhere in here. If I look for time. Search aborted more than 1,000 results found. Okay. I don't think I can find it. I don't think it even exists. It's dead. Never mind, I found it. It's right here. Time FCN. Huh? What does this mean? Level update time. New callbacks time. Invoke self? Time for celeste? Huh? Huh? What does this mean? What does it mean? Update time. Don't understand what's happening? Me neither. I have no idea. What does this mean? Yeah, I'm looking for what the time thing is because, okay, so what's happening right now, in a long story short, is I want a funny achievements for when you do the funny ultras to eventually like get to here, so you can do the thing. Like if you do the ultra rollouts, you get an achievement. But I have no way of telling if people actually do ultras or not. The only way I can tell if people are fast or not. So I wanted to do a thing where if you get there within the first 4 seconds of the level starting, it tells you like, hey, you did good, you get an achievement. But it just doesn't work for some reason. I'm just gonna close this. That doesn't tell me anything. So at this current time, I am crying. I am in despair. I can add a few more zeros, I guess. You know what? We're scrapping this. It doesn't work. Crying right now. Perhaps it is not worth it to have this time achievement. Yeah, I'm thinking we're done with achievements for now. It was a fun diversion, but we're going back to the old chapter 5 as we wind down the stream for tonight. Because I do have to leave eventually. I can't overstress my voice. So we're gonna, around midnight, we're gonna call it a day. Yeah. And then we can slide right into Jay's stream. Yeah, I was decorating, I remember. Like this stuff. So, achievements, they're done for now. So, go here and delete that. Make it no longer exist. And also delete these two. There we go, fix that. There we go, very, very good. I think Jay's not streaming at this time. Yes, that is true. However, in 11 minutes, Jay is scheduled to go live playing The Crossing Code. Crosscode pretty good. But the main reason is my voice is fucked. I can't overstress it. That is very bad for my voice. So I gotta be careful still. I mean, I have been live for like 4 hours, 15 minutes. That's a long time. That's a long time to be talking. Like, at all. Let alone if you're like voice training. It's fucked. It's messed up. Your voice isn't supposed to do stuff like that. So I am cautious at this time. There you go, Spimmer. I don't even remember what I did here. So, goal here is to get cohesive deco, but that's kind of difficult because, well, this section is scuffed. Like, the gameplay here is kind of whack. Oops. Ah! Fast bubbled. Doesn't work if you fast bubble. Like, I think this room is pretty cool in, like, execution. But also it is, like, not clear at all. And getting that's pretty finicky. And, like, if you just do it fast like that, you just don't get it. At all. I think I need to stop holding grab. I think that's it. Already messing up. That works, sort of. Still considering maybe like reworking this room. So it just doesn't, you just don't hit it. You just don't hit it good. Moved it 4 pixels down, that should at least help a little bit. Like that. Like that's what's supposed to happen. But... oh, then they're supposed to leave. Okay. Oh, it's because I didn't do this yet. There you go. Now everything, all the flags are set up correctly. So like, if I beat this this room, yeah, there we go. Battle's just gone. Battle is just no longer here. And that's the point of that. And then you meet Badeline right at the end. Pretty cool. Let's see. Ahorn. So how do I make this make more sense? Actually, can I cheese it first? Like the like that feels like you can kind of get close, right? I mean, you could just do that, I guess. Hopefully that stops it a little bit. And then, I can turn sound on again now. At least a little bit of, like, visual feedback. Auditory feedback. I wonder if you can do, like, a corner boost type thing? You can, but it's not quite high enough. Maybe before someone's gonna tell me that there's, like, a secret corner boost that does get you far enough. Well, to be fair, that would kind of be like a 6 strat. Also, I feel like it would be too tantalizing, right? It feels like it's right within reach. Forgot I had that mod installed. I mean, when Insource Taz. To be fair, when I first released Chapter 1 and 2, there actually was someone who tasked it. There actually was. Before I, you know, deleted it off the internet, but Inwards did have a task. Actually, that might be floating around somewhere. Yo, Archer, are you good at Celeste? Depends on your definition. Because good at Celeste is quite a wide definition. Like, some people say they're good at Celeste when they can beat a game. Some people say they're good at Celeste when they can beat mods. Some people say they're good at Celeste when they can beat Grandmaster maps, which I can't, for sure. This doesn't look like Celeste. That's because it's mods. I made these levels. These are custom-made levels. All handcrafted to be just a bit more spicy and have a different story. Yeah, papa! Mods are a thing. They're pretty cool. I highly recommend them. Also, hi Wolfie. This is stream ending? Sorta soon, yeah. We'll lead. Shoutouts to the homies with names that look like Among Us lobby IDs. I stole that joke. So like, with mods you can have custom graphics, custom coded entities, like these bouncy blocks and bouncy spikes. So you can get all sorts of cool gameplay with that. And kinda cool smooth stuff. Better not such snicker again, I swear to god. I won't. Inside jokes aren't really funny on stuff like streams. Unless everybody's in on it, which people aren't, so. Oh. Your name reads like an Among Us lobby ID. I love that. I helped make that joke. It's a good joke. It's a very good joke. It has the highest honor of being stolen. Ah, one step ahead of you, Wolfie. I was already sipping when you redeemed that. What the heck? It's missing now. Yep, that's what keys look like with Spoopy's repaint mod. Actually, if we're gonna be closing off stream soon anyway, then might as well, show off a little bit of the modding world, because you see this burger's not supposed to be here. We don't got burgers. Also, level 1 is not called fucking city. And also, it's not the fries. The chicken nugget. It's pretty cool. Misogino. Fucker jump. That is true. The farewell is called fucker jump. In reference to the titular fucker jump. Also, look, Badlands on the moon. Hi, Minnie. Oh, they're so comfy. They're just hanging out there. So comfortable. So yeah, there's stuff like, there's really cool stuff. Also, stuff like if we go to the Badland baby, just go to the end real quick and teleport up and skip the cutscene. You'll notice that I have a difference. I'm not Madeline right now. That's because I'm my look it's me. Look, it's me. It's always cool. It's like, look, it's Hundley real. It's pretty cool. Hundley and the Modley, that's true. It's true. Hundley and Bondley. Never say Bondley ever again. Oh, that's so scuffed. That's the worst one I've heard so far. Bondley. Oh my god. I'm never gonna recover from Bondley. I mean... Bondley? Oh, that got you to listen, huh? Lolly, did it, Lily? I mean, like, the other title I had, the other name for her so far was, like, Hollow. Because I have Han Li and then it's Hollow, because it's kind of cool. Which is, like, a genuinely cool name. But Bonley. Okay. Bonley. That's like when they called like Mob from Mob Psycho, when they called like His, like, bad version Bob. Mob and Bob. It's just as bad. It's just as bad. Name her day so it can be Holiday. No. No, we don't do that around here. Someone just DM'd me, asking me if I was streaming, like on Twitch right now, and asking if they could watch. It's a public stream. Yeah, you can watch. Yeah. Of course you can. That's why I'm streaming. Hey Holly, could I watch your stream? Okay. You return to Treasure Town vibing? Welcome back, Josie. How you doing? Oh yeah, Sleepy Time Gamers? Yeah. Oh, you're good, you going? Alright, good night, Josie. Bye-bye. Yes, I'm streaming and no, you're not loud. Okay, so I'm a bit conflicted. Oh, thank you for your stream. Very nice stream. Thank you, Josie, for watching. I'm glad you thought it was comfy. Pat your head. Tucks you into bed. Gave you warm chalky beforehand. Fluffs your pillow beforehand. Tucks you into bed. Reads you a bedtime story. Have a good night. Pat your head. Pat your head. Public private stream. There we go. This song makes me unreasonably emotional. Listen. we have a lot of this playlist is full of songs where with the right context it will destroy your hearts instantly. Instantly destroys your hearts. Instantly destroys your hearts. Like it's my beloved's friends. Yeah, like my playlist, like it kind of covers. Actually, we're like done modding anyway, so I'm just gonna do this. Just in time for big fucking rat. Rats with a hat. Yeah. Yeah, like the playlist is just like full of good songs that they're like memories that I cherish, right? Memories from games that I've played and stories that I've enjoyed and places that I've been. So whenever there's the Fat Dart song? Fat Dart song? What song is that? I genuinely do not know what you're talking about. Oh, Deltarune. I still don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you mean like weed or something? No. That's just Deltarune. Mercedes-Benz. Look at my Mercedes-Benz. Check out this new item I found on the Cyber Worlds, yeah. But yeah, like most of the songs on my playlist, like there's a lot of Celeste, there's a lot of Chicory, there's a lot of Crosscode, as you can hear here. There's a lot of Iconfell, and there's a lot of Final Fantasy as well. A bit of Hollow Knight and a bit of Omori, a bit of Monster Hunter, a bit of Final Fantasy again. And a bit of Maple Story as well. I have good memories for that. I'm still waiting for... So, at this time, I should like end the stream because my voice is sore. However, we got this far We can wait until Jay goes live. We can rate that guy the moment he goes live. So we're just gonna hang out until then. Ooh, yo, bits? So I think that should be louder. I should tune that. Hi. Thank you, Galax, for the 36 bits. Agayan. If you're making fun of my pronunciation, you're allowed to. My pronunciation isn't always the best. And my brain, I usually like think about the sentence that I'm about to say anyway. So I don't pay attention to like what I'm saying at the time that I'm saying it. So I tend to say silly things. So yeah, so for now we have a little bit of entertainment. A smidgen of entertainment. Place a little Dancing Holly on the stream so the time can pass faster. You're right. You're right. I'm gonna do that for you. Hold on. Yo, Missile with the follow. Hi, Missile. Welcome on in. Hey. We're in the waiting room right now. I'm waiting for a friend to go live so I can raid him. So I can stop streaming to save my voice, but until he goes live, I can't raid him, so we're here for now. Now, let me, I'm not sure which... Hold on, give me like 1 second. I need to go into studio mode. Yes, then go to my starting soon screen. Then check which... Oh, it's Hanli Yoinky Sploinky, isn't it? It's Hanli Yoinky Sploinky, isn't it? That's the one. Okay. Media source, add existing. There it is. There it is. Let's make it a bit smaller. There it is. And there it is. Outstanding. Outstanding performance. Hi, Missile. Welcome on in. You arrive at the correct time. So we have an itty bitty. Thanks to Wolfie. Wolfie animated the small childs. And then we do this, and then we do there you go. There we go. Don't talk to me or my daughter ever again. You heard of Elf on the Self-Nut? Get ready for Hanli on the Holly. Damn, it's messed up. It's messed up, it truly is. Let's see. When does Jay go live? Jay. So, I was talking to Jay this morning. By the way, right before we go there, I guess, I'll just do this again. That's the guy. That's the cool guy. He's cool. He's gonna be playing Crosscode soon. He's the guy that, like, got me to stream again. He's pretty cool. But we were talking this morning, and when I say this morning, it's a bit of a stretched term, because for me it was like 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, and Jay is not European. Jay is across the ocean, so for him, it was not like a reasonable time of day. So he's been staying up way too fucking late. So chances are that he's still asleep. Chances are that he is currently snoozing on his angel feather bed. Which is exceptionally funny. It's like the one time that my voice is like carries long enough to be able to rate him. He's late because he's sleeping. There's humor in there. I'd say there's humor in there. Hold on, let me check if he's like awake. On, like Discord or something. I think he is. I think he's awake. That's a step. That's a step. Hype waiting room. He's awake. New status. New step. Message him asking if you can watch his stream. No. Drink some water and refrain from speaking. No, I'm gonna be continuously speaking because my voice sounds okay. Also, sorry, we're making fun of you. Would be really funny to us? Okay. Okay, I see. Localized comedy. No, I will not engage in localized funny. I refuse to. I guess while we're waiting, I might as well. An in-joke that the entire stream is in on. But not the guy that the joke is directed at. Or just rate him offline? You can do that? You can do that? Can you rate him offline? That's scuffed. That's weird. Like I didn't show up when I went into the raid menu. You absolutely can. Just do the command. No, I won't. I refuse. You are not the boss of me. You do not control me. What if I am, though? Oh, I don't like that idea. I don't like that. Holly has been broken. Property. Damn. I'll do the little announcement bit that I usually remember last minute before I end the stream. System 32 crash. Excuse me, I'm 64-bit. Excuse me. 64-bit. 64 bits. Way more bits. Far superior. Don't fucking put me in the same category as System 32 shit. It's not comparable in the least. Announcements things. This Sunday I'm probably just gonna do a playthrough of Celeste using the Spoopy's repaint, that was his name. Yeah. Just like a full playthrough of Celeste showing off Spoopy's repaints. I think that would be fun. Oh shit, then I can record it and make it a highlights video. Yeah, let's go. Highlights video. Main channel content, yes, let's go. Just not get ahead of myself. Who says I can edit down 2 hours of content? Highlight video. To be fair, I think that would make a pretty fun video. Main channel content, let's go. Actually, if I'm gonna do that, what if I Okay, so I kind of thought, because because the repaint concept, it's based off of this YouTube channel, I think, that does the same thing, right? They make repaints and then they look at it together. But there, the content is that nobody really knows what anything is. Like a lot of people just don't know yet. But the problem is, everyone that I can ask has no clue. I mean, has a clue because they made it. My friends are aware of this because we all worked on it. It's I worked on Spoopy's repaints. I did some sound effects for it. So like I'm not surprised by anything in Spoopy's repaints. Like Baja Blast and like something. Trauma.mp4, I did that. So I feel like I want to see someone showing up to bingo tournament of Spoopy's repaints. That's the kind of shit we want. Actually, I have a shitty idea. Oh, Jay just went live. Jay just went live. And the correct ending song is playing. We're in here. But I think, speaking of the devil, I thought about maybe doing a collab with Jay, where I make Jay play Spoopy's repaint. That would be kind of fun, I think. Well, I'll fucking crystallize it out. But we're free. We're free once this raid hits. But we can't hit the raid quite yet. We can't hit that raid quite yet. Because we need to wait until the guy is actually there. Because like fucking when he's not there, I can't raid him because he's not there. So gotta wait until he's ready to go and then we raid him. So just a minute or two, and then freedom. Yeah, we got to do the raid jump scare, so like the instant I see him, I'm pressing the button. In fact, I'm gonna dual monitor this shit so I can do it optimally. So, we're, I'm clicking raid channel. I'm clicking JV2, VTuber. And I'm ready to press that button the instant this guy shows up. And then we're going. We're timing this. I shouldn't be like trying to time it, but it would be funny. Yeah, but the time is almost here. The time is almost here. I need to stop being a dipshit. Let's see. Everything's still in order? Yeah, everything's still in order. So yeah, this is probably announcement cancelled. We're not doing this on Sunday. Sunday we're just hanging out. But I will probably like bring up the idea to Jay. Or like think about the idea first and then bring it up. Who knows? I don't know what I'm gonna do. But I smell a scent in the air. I have its scent, I have its trail, and it leads to good content. That's what we're up to. Excited to see how far Jay is in Crosscut. No idea how he was playing it. He started pretty recently, and he's playing pretty slow. He's taking a sweet time with things because that's the Jay way. You gotta take your time, be relaxed, take it at your own pace. And for Jay, that's a very slow pace, but it's a very comfortable pace. And I think that's a good vibe. So I think Jay is in Bergen. Pretty sure. I think he still has to do like the Bergen dungeon question mark? So that's probably what's gonna be on this stream, TM. Man, I'm just excited to raid him. Man, my heart burns for the concept of good content. Oh, fucking... I'm just gonna go, I'm just gonna go to my, screen tab again for 1 second. Oops, ski smash 1 sec. That's pretty funny. Vibrating at dangerous levels? Oh, I'm absolutely stimming right now. Oops, 1 sec. Don't bully the J. J's a good being. Never bully. Never bully the J. J does not deserve the bullying. Actually, you know what? Y'all get to keep an eye on him together with me. The moments that we see him just start screaming, and then I click the button. We're watching him together, okay? We're in anticipation at this time. Protect J, protect J. We're pause Froglin. Pause Froglin. Hold your Froglin. I don't have a raid message. Huh. I don't have a raid message. It would be incredibly rude to yell good morning, Jay. Don't do that. Don't. If you do that, I'm getting in trouble. If you do that, I'm in trouble. So a raid message is good afternoon. Good afternoon. Just good afternoon. No punctuation. No capital letters. Just good afternoon. That's it. That's all. just like a couple of people all showing up saying good afternoon. That's funny. Just all of them good afternoon. Okay, start rate. We're going right now. We're going right now. Remember, good afternoon. Good afternoon. That's what we're saying. That is it. Good. Get 2 seconds. 1 second. Ready to rate right now. Good afternoon. No punctuation.